I don't know if our live stream people have come yet. They'll probably begin at 9:30 when we have the first formal session. But in the meantime, here's Dave, who finally arrived last night.
Thanks. Good morning, everybody. It's great to see you. And my apologies again for my no-show yesterday. While you were all discussing and listening to stimulating talks yesterday, I was sat in Luton Airport for about 6 hours, courtesy of Wizz Air. If anybody's booking flights in future, remember that name. I just want to say that last night was a fantastic night at Phono, and thanks very much to Angela and the team for organising that. I danced every dance, and the meal was fantastic as well. So it all augurs well for another good day today, and I hope that you'll find it interesting, stimulating, that there'll be plenty to take away, and that's back to your own organisations and your own countries at the end of the day. So let's get going. Welcome. See you later.
Thanks, David. We're going to keep to time for all the good reasons, but also so that our live stream colleagues know exactly what's happening. Otherwise, they'd be in a muddle if we didn't keep to time. So, I mean, we've got a few minutes before we start the formal session. But for those of you who were not here yesterday, and there's a few more people have arrived today, the important things to know is that the protocol about masks is there is no formal regulation about masks in Hungary apart from public transport, where you must wear a mask on public transport. And we all went by tram yesterday to the Phono music house wearing our masks. In this building, we ask if you wear a mask when you're moving around the building, clearly not if you're drinking coffee or having lunch, but if you're walking around the building, for respect of our colleagues here at the Hungarian Heritage House, please wear the mask then. When you're sitting, that's your choice if you want to or not. That's just how it goes. You make the choice. But we did hear I was listening to the BBC news from the UK this morning, and unfortunately there really is an uplift in coronavirus cases in most European countries, and some countries are having more lockdowns or regulations, so we just have to be aware of that, of course. We hope very much that's not going to continue until next year. Who knows? But we're already starting to think about next year because we're in November now. I think that's it. When we break for discussion groups, again, if you were not here yesterday, there's discussion rooms here, which will still be part of the live stream, and another 2 discussion groups in rooms downstairs. But when we get to that, we'll show you if you weren't here yesterday. Don't think there's any other business or rules and regulations to tell you. You have the program already. Oh, I know what. There is one thing, and I'm going to tell you this about 3 times, because sometimes I think it's the most important thing at conferences, the group photo. And we're going to have a group photo after the session about Balkan most and Balkan traditional arts with Andras, and just before lunch. Lunch is at 1 o'clock, so about 5 minutes to 1, we'll all get together for a group photograph, so we can put that on our website and everybody's smiling face. That's about it. I'll give a couple of minutes now and we'll begin the formal sessions. welcome to our colleagues on live stream. We had several people watching on live stream yesterday. A piece of information for live streamers. It's not completely like a Zoom call, but whenever you have questions or comments to make on the live stream, and I'll repeat this later because people will come and go from the live stream, if you have comments or questions, just put them on the chat in the live stream. You'll see how it works. And we have a colleague here watching the live stream all the time and taking any questions or comments and then passing them on. So whatever is discussed, the live stream people have the chance to actually join in and give comments and ask questions. This first session today is the formal part of our meeting, the formal, more legal part. I put it down as following on from the annual general meeting. All of you who are members will remember that at the Spring Forward #1 last March, we actually held an annual general meeting and we went through the formal presentation of accounts and the formal presentation of a report. So we have had our annual general meeting. What we didn't do was have the elections for the board, and those are coming up in a minute. We decided at the meeting in March that we would put the elections for the board members to this meeting in November. What I'd like to do, because we have a few minutes for this, if it's okay, is just take you through very quickly, I have it on the screen, what we said at the AGM, just to refresh everybody's mind, and I'll be very quick with that. And of course, we issued the minutes, the formal minutes of the AGM. So just very quickly, really, just to say what we were discussing. That was the agenda. We talked about the legal constitutional position and that we would bring forward some bylaws, some regulations to how to work in the future. Every organisation would need that. We reported on everything that happened in 2019, 2020. 2019 being the first year of us working formally. 2020, the COVID year, but we still did a lot of work, and you can see from those notes all the things that happened right throughout 2019 and 20, an awful lot for a new organisation. Then we presented the accounts. We'll talk about money later on, I think, in these sessions today. But you can see we have a little money, but it's all very carefully looked after. And that's the accounts for 2020. So we did have a little bit of cash in the bank, but not very much. There was some additional financial information, which was really about the project that was where the money didn't come directly to EFN. It came to David's organisation, the Traditional Music Forum in Scotland, from British Council Scotland and the Creative Scotland funding organisation. But that helped to pay for the research that we began to start mapping the sector in Europe. These were the things that we set out as plans for 2021, for this year. Of course, we were still waiting at that time to know if we could do anything in person because of COVID. But we've done a lot of those things already, and we'll talk about that later perhaps. Some of those most of those things have been undertaken properly. Maybe to go through them. We ran the Spring Forward online meetings, which were very successful. A great response about those from members. We actually David in fact wrote a long-term strategic plan for the organisation. We discussed a manifesto. That wasn't finalised, we discussed it. We decided on a November conference with our fingers crossed, and here we are. We have visited English Folk Expo. We have visited Womex, just recently. Next month, we're going to Folk Alarm in the Nordic countries, in Oslo. That's next week, in fact. And we did have representation at Fira Mediterranea in Manresa. I was supposed to go. Unfortunately, I did contract COVID, so I couldn't go. But I know our name and the work was flagged up there. So we've been out talking to people. The mapping research, we have a first report from our colleague Simon McCarroll, a university academic from England, who's done a good, strong report on the first stage of our mapping. There's some youth engagement research that another colleague was doing, a colleague from Wales, and she's still to publish that, but it's coming. We're doing social media activity. As you know, we opened a social media Facebook forum, not just for members, but for everybody. But we also opened the specific members-only Google Groups email, which is a great tool for us to communicate with one another as members, and that doesn't go beyond members. But we are sending and posting a lot of stuff for non-members on press releases regularly, information about the FN. And the last thing there is we joined Culture Action Europe, a very important networking organisation in the heart of the European Union, so that we make sure that we're part of the artistic and cultural spectrum in Europe. We talked about plans for internal regulations, and we made some of those. We began that process with the election regulations. And that's really what we talked about at the AGM. So that was done, that was all agreed, that's the minutes have been issued there for the AGM. And now, just to show you, again, these were discussed at the last Spring Forward meeting. I'm just opening this up. The internal regulations for the election of board members, our first set of bylaws, if you like. And we're about to do that now, for the board of directors election. And this is what we agreed, that there would be elections every year, but we'd have a rotation, so that there's never a situation where everybody goes and a whole new group of people come. Basically, 1/3 of the board of directors will retire each year, and then new members will be elected. So we have a kind of a nice continuity, so that you have people who are already on the board and then new people coming in. It's a great way of refreshing without stopping things happening on the board, or without losing all the knowledge and experience of the people who are already on the board. So we're going to put that into operation in a minute. And at the first election, and that's what we're coming to now, the first election, well then, the first election, of course there's no rotation, everybody has a 3-year term, but for the first election, whoever's elected in this part of the, at this point, they will choose amongst themselves who serves for 1 year, 2 years and 3 years to begin that rotation process. Sounds a bit complicated, but this has happened with a lot of organisations and works very, very well. Dave, I have you standing here waiting, but really we come on to the election now, and then after that we'll go on to looking at the future, which is obviously something you want to talk about in more detail. So, the election process is that we sent out a call to all members asking who would like to stand for election. The board so far has been one of the people who began the process when we registered the company in Brussels as a legal company. You have to have a group of people who begin. And then the board has expanded by inviting 2 or 3 new members to come and be part of the board. And we've had some great a great success in inviting people who we saw were going to be really strong and active members. At the moment, the board members as of today are as follows. David as chair, Katie Spicer from English Folk Dance and Song Society in London, who's a board member, but Katie has told us that for other reasons she has to stop being a board member, she has to stand down. We then have Lisa Colson from Vibe in Belgium. Vibe is where our technical formal address is registered, just for legal purposes. And we haven't heard from Lisa. She's not been at work for a while. She had to take some time off work. So she has not put herself forward for election, but like everybody else, she's eligible for being co-opted if she wants to continue. We have, excuse me. Sorry? Oh, I believe Lisa is online, which is great. So Lisa, sending this message across the airwaves, we will talk to you later about how you go forward on the board. We have Danny Kilbride from Trac Cymru. You heard him yesterday filling in for David on the welcoming speech to begin. He also spoke in Welsh, and I noticed that we had no translator, but I'm sure he translated his own Welsh welcome. Danny is not here right this minute because he's doing a really important thing for European Folk Network, which is that we were invited to take part in a European Music Council special project called Music Air. This is going to be a really critical project about how the music business, all of the different music businesses, go forward, especially post-COVID. And there's a seminar this morning, and of course it clashed with our meeting here, but Danny, as a member of the board, decided he's back at the hotel online, participating in that seminar, and we'll hear from him later about what happened and what the general feeling is. But already, and this is the important thing, European Folk Network, even though it's only almost just over 2 years old, is already participating in the mainstream of European cultural discussions, and that's very important. That's one of the things that we always wanted. So there's Danny. Other board members, we have down here Eric von Munkhoven from Sicily, although I think with a Belgian accent, but representing from Sicily. Dana Zalan from Riga, one of our co-opted members, and Araceli Cigana. I know everybody knows that Araceli, from Madrid in Spain. Have I forgotten anybody? And of course, I'm sorry, I almost forgot. And the most important person on our board, who again was co-opted, is the person who's done so much to organise this. It's unbelievable. She's coordinated all of our being here and the live stream and everything this weekend, and that's Angela Hont from the Heritage House, another co-opted member. So that's our board at the moment. The most important thing about the board is they're all incredibly active. I can say this, I'm not a board member, I'm just the administrator, so I do things like prepare meetings, but really all the hard work, the thinking, the footwork, the contacting people, the recruiting new members is what the board members have been doing. And a lot of thinking at our board meetings about plans, about how we organise ourselves going forward. It's a really important role. And I can say this as the administrator, I'm absolutely amazed at how strong and how focused the board has been in the last few months, especially in the COVID time when, you know, we were also disappointed not to meet in person, but the Zoom meetings have been incredibly productive, as you'll see in all the things we discuss for the future. So now we come to the actual election. As the administrator, I'm that's my job, is to kind of put that together. We did as we were required to do under our bylaws and announced the election for the board about 3 weeks ago. We have to have a 21-day period to announce that the board elections would take place. And we asked for people to step forward to say whether they would like to stand for election. We have in total 9 places on the board. That's the maximum amount of people on the board that can be on the board at any time. But what actually happened was we only had, and I'm going to bring up the names in a minute, we had less than 9 people standing for election this year. And perhaps not surprising, I'm just trying to bring this notice up. Yeah. This is the notice that we sent out. Perhaps unsurprisingly, at the moment, the people standing for election are standing for re-election, the people who have been on the first board, the unelected board. I'm just going to run through their names and perhaps ask each of them just for 1 minute to introduce themselves. So there's David, our current chair, Angela, Danny Kilbride, who is not here, so can't introduce himself, but you met him yesterday. He's the one doing the European Music Council seminar this morning. Araceli, and Eric, and Dana. So those are the candidates for the board. Because we do not have more candidates than board members, than board places. Sorry, let me start again. Because we do not have as many candidates as there are places, the usual procedure in this situation is to say, do we need a ballot to elect people? Because even if they only had 1 vote, they would be elected if they voted for themselves. Because it's not like a competition. If there were more candidates than there were places, like any other democratic election, we would have a correct ballot, and that's in the regulations. But we don't really need to have that. So what I'd like to do is just to ask each of the candidates just for one minute maybe to say hello and to say why they would like to stay, to be elected this first election for the board. Then after that, I'm going to ask you to vote on those people as a collective. So, one at a time. Could we have a microphone going around? The first person, in fact, is David. So we'll start with David in alphabetical order. I'll just take his... Yeah. You just read it out, David. This is David's statement. And we'll start with David.
Hello. Well, as well as being chair of the European Folk Network, I'm very active in traditional music and folk arts generally in Scotland. I'm director of Traditional Arts and Culture Scotland, which covers dance, music and storytelling, and possibly craft in future as well as part of our consortium. And I'm also involved with the Traditional Music Forum. And it's really the Traditional Music Forum, which is a network of over 100 organisations in Scotland that has demonstrated to me the real value of networking and the chance to realise that kind of network structure on a European scale. I think is something that I've really been quite passionate about and worked for. So that's me.
So, our next candidate is the incredible organiser Angela Hunt.
Hi everyone, good to have you here. I'm the head of the programming and communications in the Hungarian Heritage House. I'm working here for, well, I think 17 years, something like that. I truly believe that traditional heritage is an important thing to be a good people. I'm not sure that this is the correct expression for that, but I think it can help us to have a good life in the 21st century. And I think in this part of Europe, in this region, we have quite a few good practices that we can share with you, and we can work together to make it a bit stronger all over Europe. I mean, the traditional culture. And well, one more thing, that I danced for 25 years, so maybe that's something important.
Thank you. I'm asking everybody to come up to the front so you can have a good look at them. The next one is Danny Kilbride, who, as you know, he spoke yesterday. He's working with the Europe Music Council seminar right now. There's his statement. 50-year career as a musician, an organizer. He's part of the most, one of the strongest in the UK traditional music organisations in his native Wales. I think a lot of you will know him. Then after that, we have Araceli. Would you like to come up, Araceli, and give your presentation, your statement? There we are.
Hello. I joined the board, I think it was January or February of this same year, so I have been in the board for very little time. And in this time, and even before being part of the board, I have been trying to get more members, especially to support the geographic dissemination of the European Folk Network in other regions of Europe. I think I have done a work for connecting the European Folk Network with other organizations. For instance, another place where we have been was the Migrants Music Manifesto in September in Cologne. It was a very important meeting where we met with other organizations like the World Music Network from Netherlands, the European Music Council, also the Belgian World Music Network. So we were talking there with other organizations like this. My strengths are mainly the communication and connecting people between each other. And this is what I want to continue doing in the board.
Thank you. The next person, I think, is Eric. If when we speak, the technicians tell me we have to stand about here from the microphone.
Yes, sir. So I'm Eric, and like Araceli, you know, I just came into the board in January or February, and I mean, same as her, trying to bring new members in the network, so to have more balance in the geographical representations, and also trying to use, I mean, 30 years of experience in social cooperation all over the world to plan the strategy and trying to implement something that will work. I mean, it's just a question of time. We are still in a startup stage, and there is much to do, but most important it's to see that people are here, exchanging, talking, sharing, and there is much to build on that. Thank you.
Yes, and finally, Dana. Thank you.
Yeah, good morning. My name is Dina. I'm from Latvia. I run an NGO for, I don't know, 15 or more years, maybe 17. it's a cultural management center, but it turned out to be the biggest folk label in Latvia, releasing Latvian folk music. And we also have now a festival, ethno festival, every year, and we organize all kinds of manage groups and organize all kinds of concerts and events which are related to traditional culture and traditional music. And I see my role here in the EFN as representing kind of the Nordic part of Europe, or the Baltics. I also try more or less successful to recruit more Latvians, Estonians, or Lithuanians to come to join the EFN, and I hope they will come. There will be more of us shortly. So I find it very exciting to be here on the EFN from the very beginning, to see how it starts, because I see a big potential in this. But yeah, it's very interesting to be in the very beginning here with you.
Thank you, Dana. So that is our 6 candidates. And like I said, there are 9 places on the board. Now, in the course of the year, the board can always invite and co-opt people, as they've done already. But this is the first election. We have 9 places and 6 candidates. Therefore, as members, and at the moment, our constitution says only people in person who are present can vote on these things. We maybe change that in future. If online has to continue, we need an online process. But right now, our constitution says those of people in the hall who are members are the people to vote. What I would like to ask you officially is, the question is, do you need a ballot to elect those 6 people to the board? Or could I put the proposition that because there are 6 people but 9 places, that if you were to vote as a show of hands now, to simply put all those people onto the board, that would save us running a formal ballot. We can run a formal ballot if you wish. But if I can put that proposition to you as members, formally and legally, could I have a show of hands from all of the members who would be in favour of simply electing all 6 of those people to the board for the next year? Thank you. That appears to be unanimous. Yes, thank you. So that's great, and I'm really pleased that you've said that. From a point of view of me as the administrator, these are incredibly active and busy people, as Lisa and Katie have been in the last year and a half as well. And we thank Katie for her contribution. I don't know if she's watching online. She had some very urgent family business to take care of this weekend, but we will thank her very warmly when we see her again. And Lisa, I believe, is online. And Lisa's, because she's not been at work and able to correspond for the last few weeks, we will be talking to her later about her position on the board, on whether she wants to continue as a co-opted member. So, thank you for that. I'm really pleased that we've got a really strong board. In the course of the next few weeks or months, I'm sure the board will want to look at the possibility of co-opting people. And if there's anyone here or online who is a member and who feels, well, perhaps they'd like to make a contribution, or there's something they can offer as a co-opted member, then please contact us. Just send an email to the info@EFN email with ideas or with a proposition, and I will take that to the board for their consideration. What you see so far is that we've got a really good geographical spread of people, and that's really important, that we're covering Europe as widely as possible. And obviously there are some gaps in that geographically, and maybe that's a thing to consider, how we fill those gaps. But I'm really pleased to welcome the board, and we will begin the rotation process, people choosing to be 1 or 2 or 3 years from now on. We'll begin that process at the next board meeting. So thanks for that. We've got 15 minutes left before the beginning of the next item. And I know David wanted to talk briefly now about the current situation and ideas for the future, which we will have a chance of discussing in the discussion sessions later this afternoon. David.
Thanks. Well, we just wanted to update you on a very significant piece of work that was carried out in recent months, which was an application to the Creative Europe Fund, the European Union's Creative Europe Fund. And I want to pay tribute to Nod for the tremendous amount of work that he put into that. Those of you who have been involved with Creative Europe in the past will know that the application forms are not for the faint-hearted, and Nod did a fantastic job, as did the whole of the board in inputting to that. Now, last week we got the result of the application, which unfortunately was negative. It was turned down, but we got some really very valuable feedback from the assessors. We weren't that far short of what was required in order to be successful. But I think the fact that the network is new and really hasn't had that much time to establish itself, I think probably counted against us. I think if we had more projects under our belt, it might have helped. But the application was very much based on our strategic plan, and also because of the demands, the modern demands of public funding. We had to take account of a number of underlying issues: the environment, equality and diversity, the digital realm, economic considerations, and also intangible cultural heritage. So all of these ideas have to run through everything that we do, which I think those of you who run organisations will know that it does put an extra burden onto organisations to have to deal with all of these issues, as well as the core issue of advocating for the traditional arts in Europe. There are 5 main areas of work that we want to concentrate on. So I just wanted to outline those, and we'll get a chance to discuss these in the session at the end of the day. So this is just really a wee preparation for that. The first thing is the mapping project, which Nod mentioned. We need to do a second phase of that to drill a bit deeper into the data. There's audience development. One particular audience development idea that we're really keen to pursue is the idea of a European folk day, which obviously would need considerable amount of resource behind it in order to realise that. We want the network to be a hub for knowledge exchange, knowledge sharing, and crucially, an advocacy organisation to advocate to national, transnational governments and organisations. And then finally, the fifth thing is the operation of the network itself and the development of the network itself. And it is, I think, really important to stress that the EFN does not look to supplant the work of individual members. That's not the job of a network. The network is enhanced by the work of its individual members, but it's no way wants to duplicate or get in the way of that. And I think that's really important to say that. We had talked when we were developing the plan about different kinds of creative projects that we might engage in, but came to the conclusion that really wasn't the job of the network. And I think, as I say, it's very important to stress that. So we will have a chance to discuss this afternoon how to develop these future plans, how to resource these future plans, both in the short term and the medium term. So I look forward to further discussion on that later on. Thanks.
Thanks, David. And given that, as you say, that the network is so young, we were pleased what the assessors for the European Union Creative Europe programme told us. They were actually very positive, as David says, acknowledging that this is a unique organisation, centering on the traditional arts of the people of Europe and the people who've come to Europe over the years. So there was no doubt in that respect that was a good thing and a unique thing. Really their evaluation gave us some hints for the future. But one thing's clear is that organisations like ours don't need a huge amount of money, but they need some money. And one of the topics to consider later on when we have the discussion groups and to start to think about is how do we raise a bit more money just for the operational day-to-day, so for some basic financial needs, to develop a website, to actually allow us to go to all of those places, Womex and FX and Showcase Scotland and Folk Alarm and Fiera Mediterranean and Reza and so on, and many other places, to contact, to be in touch with people. So that's a cost, as we all know. So we need to think about that in as wide a way as possible. And one of the ways may be to make a different kind of application to the Creative Europe programme. The network funding only comes around every 3 years. We put an application this year, we wait for another 2.5 years before we can put another application in. So in the meantime, we have to work on other things. And there are other Creative Europe programs that are maybe less difficult to apply for, and perhaps we need those kind of ideas about some of those. But don't be in any doubt, it's a lot of hard work, the European Union stuff, believe me. So those are the kind of things that we'll be discussing later in the discussion groups. I'm not sure there's much else really to say in this section of the programme. We've made the elections very short, and thank you for that by your actions. It is worth saying that we've had a number of people here this weekend, it's not a weekend, is it? This week, these 2 days, who are not members of EFN, and we are going to encourage them to become members, and I'm sure that's true. There's some people online too who are not members. We have had a lot of people joining even during the COVID period. It's quite good to see that people want to be part of this, and we know we have a problem of isolation in these last few months, and people have kept joining. And even yesterday I was talking to somebody who wanted to join from here, from Hungary, from Budapest. Online this morning I had a note from somebody in Belgium who wanted to join. And we're continuing to have more people come along. One of the great things about what our colleagues on the board have done is that they've gone out and talked to their contacts and encouraged them to come in. So all members, it would be great if you were saying to your friends and colleagues, if you know, this is a new network, it's for sharing amongst the traditional arts. It's not a Womex. It's not a marketplace. It's a place for thinking and discussing and sharing. If you wanted to encourage more people to join, that would be great. And you know how easy it is to join. And if we get enough money for the website, we'll have an online form which will make it even easier. So those are some things to think about. Later on in the afternoon, for those people, and again this applies to online as well as the people in the room here, for those people who are not members, I'm going to run a short session similar to the session that I ran in Womex, just telling people what the network is and what it does, just going through that process again, just to make sure that people who have come and who are interested know the detail of how we're working. And that's a session that comes actually later this morning with the other discussion groups on specific subjects. So that's the end of this session, I think. You will get more messages from me and from the board in the following months, and we're going to keep up the pressure. And because of our application to Creative Europe, we now have a good reason to actually have meetings and contact in Brussels with the European Union officials. So we have, we might say in the English phrase, we have one foot in the door, and we're going to make use of that foot in the door to continue dialogue with officialdom in Brussels. So that's that. We're coming now to the next session from a colleague from England who is busy running the English Folk Expo. I know some of you have been to that in Manchester. It happened in October. I was there, had a great time, listened to some marvellous music. That's not what he's going to talk about this morning. He's going to talk about the issues of in-person versus online, which we've all had to deal with in these last few months, God knows. So I'd like to welcome, for the next session, in a minute or so's time, from English Folk Expo, it's Tom Besford.
Yeah, where is it? Hi everyone, I'm just going to do some technology. Oh, is this it here? There we go. I hope you're all enjoying being in Budapest in this absolutely amazing building and venue. It's so great to be here in person and to see everyone as well. Nod asked me to talk a little bit about the whole issue that sprung up over the past couple of years of audiences online, of hybrid and in real life, whether or not our especially folk audiences are going to be returning. We have been running quite a few events and we've been doing quite a lot of audience surveys and audience feedback, and basically I wanted to kind of talk to you and share with you some of our findings and some of the basically just kind of talk a little bit about some of the options that are out there and what I think might be some of the things that are happening going forwards. Just a little bit about us first. So, English Folk Expo, if you don't know, are a charity based in Greater Manchester in England, and we support the folk, roots and acoustic music sector in England however we can. We have got a number of programs. Some of them are online, some of them are in person. I'll just whiz through a few of them, just so you can hear about some of our expertise and where it's coming from. We have an annual showcase which takes place in Manchester the week before Womex every year, and alongside that we run the public-facing Manchester Folk Festival. We do another festival, a smaller one in Rochdale in June, which largely consists of free activities and free events, but it's mainly a vehicle for our various industry training programs. So we have a promoter training program, we do a bit of work with event management, we train people to build sustainable careers behind the scenes in the music industry. During lockdown, we created, alongside the official charts company in the UK, the first official folk albums chart, and I've been watching that work in a digital realm to see how we can grow and support folk music across the UK and Ireland through a chart. We're a founding partner of Global Music Match, which we were very proud to have recently won the Womex Professional Excellence Award, which is a massive digital online program which so far has brought together 172 folk and world musicians from 17 countries in 2 editions. I'm also part of a program run by the Music Cities Network called the European Music Business Task Force, which has been bringing together music business professionals from across Europe, and again talking a lot about online versus in-person and what our future looks like there. We run year-round gigs, and then we have a number of online resources, one of them a large free resource for anyone building a career in the music industry called Folk Talk Academy. The website is folktalkacademy.com, which over the past 2 years we've recorded, I don't know, maybe about 100 hours or more of online conferencing, lectures, webinars, panel discussions for anyone who's building a career in any part of the music industry, but with a specific focus on folk, and that's certainly drawn on a lot of our experiences for our audiences. And we run various other training programs, an artist mentoring program, we have a subscription platform, all those kind of things. So over the past couple of years, like many people, like many organizations, we've had to get involved in the online world far more than we ever imagined we would. And that included an entire series of hybrid gigs, of live stream gigs, of online talks and conferences, and basically creating resource where we couldn't do in real life activity. We've also started to open up again and ran our first major festival in October in person, in full, without any social distancing restrictions. So it's interesting to look at the data and to look at our audience surveys that we've done as part of that. So I wanted to talk a little bit about some of the online live performance options that are out there, and then examine what makes them work, what might mean things are possible to continue going forwards, and what maybe is a response to the pandemic and might not go that much further. At the top, you'll see I've done a fancy-looking graphic there, which shows some of the kind of production values that I've seen from a various number of events. Some of these we've been directly involved in, some of them we've been less so. But if you might remember, at the start of the pandemic, every musician that we knew, or many musicians, started going on Facebook and doing Facebook live streams, often done from their mobile phone, and then some of those musicians invested in a little bit better equipment and kits and maybe USB microphones and that kind of thing, where they were able to broadcast their concerts from their home, usually not behind a paywall, often with a tip jar. From there, a number of monetized versions of live streaming happened. One of them is an organization called Live to Your Living Room, which I thought was really fascinating because Live to Your Living Room effectively bought live streaming equipment. They bought a small PA, and then they post it to musicians' houses, and then they have a sound engineer working remotely who helps that musician set up their equipment, and then they do a gig on Zoom. And the beauty of the Live to Your Living Room gigs is they're not done through a Zoom webinar, they're done through just a normal Zoom meeting. So if you want to, you can put it on gallery mode and you can see all of the other audience members there. It's quite an interactive experience. And they started running in the middle of the lockdown in the UK, but since then are doing loads of regular gigs and have become a mainstay on the folk promotion scene in the UK, which is quite a simple way of setting things up, but it does ensure a certain level of quality. But it's also interesting that you can see and interact with audience members throughout as well. I've seen a number of small arts organisations simply invest in fixed cameras, so a camera and then take a feed from a desk, where you're just basically filming what's happening on the stage and putting it out there. Some of the ones we've been doing have been then to use fixed and moving cameras and then have a live edit mixer, like a vision mixer in the room, who will then make it a little bit more interactive, give a little bit more interest for people watching at home. And then you've got the more complicated high budget ends, so the made for stream. So this is where you have massive production budgets or beautiful spaces. We can think of things like the Nick Cave live stream from Ali Pali and some of those kind of more higher end setups. And then there's also been a recent move into augmented reality. So whether this has been live streaming events happening on in Fortnite or within other virtual reality settings, Dua Lipa's incredible performances through part of that setup. And one of the things that I wanted to think about here is of these different types of events, why are people watching these live streams? What are they for? Is it because there's an appetite or a demand for a live stream, or is a live stream replacing the fact that there isn't an in real life gig on? Is it that it's a stopgap, a second best option to being there in person, or is it that the online music content is additional, is new, is different, is something that has a value independent of the in real life gigs? And when you ask that question of each of these kind of events that I've listed on here, they separate out again. For example, an augmented reality live stream, an augmented reality online program is something that you would never, there isn't an in real life equivalent. That is the nature of the augmented reality side of it. And so there's potential, if there is interest there, if there's demand there, for things like that to continue well beyond. Live to your living room, equally, on the other end of the spectrum, has, even when things are opening up again in the UK, continued to see good audiences, because it's offering something that is different, a different offer to an in real life performance. Alternatively, if you have a fixed camera, one camera pointing at a stage, someone once described that to me as, well, it's like watching CCTV of a gig, because you're essentially trying to recreate what's happening on the stage but on a TV. You haven't thought about how that might come across and what the differences are to being in person. And I thought this was quite interesting. One of my other friends said that they've started making some real headway in audiences for live stream concerts with close-up cameras, especially for folk music. So there's a Richard Thompson live stream where the cameras were really close on Richard Thompson's guitar playing, and this apparently continues to be something that is regularly sought after, because you wouldn't get the opportunity if you were sat in a concert venue to see the technique of a musician in that kind of detail. Kind of what we were looking at yesterday from Miklos and the polyphonic and the folk ME website. So that idea that you can see those techniques. But I think there's something more to it than that, which is that we immediately, certainly I did, thought, oh, let's just record a gig, let's just film a gig and put it on a screen, and that will be fine. But in reality, that completely fails to recognize some of the underlying, more important reasons why we are in a room together, why we wanted to be here today, why we wanted to be in person at a gig. That idea that we're there to socialize, to be in the atmosphere, to have an atmosphere with people that we're sharing that moment with. That idea of a night out, getting dressed up and going for a meal and going for a drink. The fact that you can get the best quality the best quality of music that you possibly could find, in terms of you're not having to watch something through a medium. It's not reliant on your speakers on your laptop or on your TV, that you're there to see something as pure and as close to how the music should be presented as at all possible. I think some of those elements of in-person, we maybe, during the lockdown and maybe going forwards, have underestimated or undervalued that importance of sharing a space with one other person. But what I am certain of is that our audiences have not underestimated that. And in the next slide, I'll show a little bit about some data as opposed to some anecdote. There are some other benefits of online. Of course, it now means that geography is no barrier to access. So where a band could not tour into a new territory, well, now they can reach those audiences in those territories with online. Potentially, I've got young kids. It's not always possible for me to be able to make it out to watch a gig. So there are issues around being able to watch them in the house, but watch shows in the house. You can often watch again online shows, so that you can make your flexibility work better. So there are some positives for audiences there. The challenge we'll have, which we'll look at in a minute, is how much do those positives outweigh the negatives? How much does the positives of being flexible and when you're going to watch an online show outweigh the feeling of being in a room with other people, the placebo effect of thinking it's the best night ever because you're sharing it with 100, 200, 300, 1,000 other people? Interestingly, artists have also been having some challenges, the same kind of juxtaposition, the same kind of concern either way. We've approached a number of artists about live streaming, about hybrid shows, about filming their concerts. Some say yes, some inevitably say no. And when thinking about some of the reasons and when exploring some of the reasons why artists have been reluctant to do things online, there have been a number of consistent challenges raised by them as well. Some artists, very honestly, and I suspect this plays a more significant role than we imagine, simply say, look, if I'm playing a gig and I forget a verse or I fluff a note or something happens that happens when you're on a stage, that's gone. That moment has happened. It's disappeared. It was there. The people in the room witnessed it. You can share in that, the fun of it together. But if I know that I've got a camera on me, even if it's not going to be there in perpetuity, that recording will sit on someone's hard drive. They'll sit in a cloud somewhere. And that means that forever, potentially, that one moment, that one slight slip or whatever might happen, you know, the unforeseen fun of going to a gig where the unexpected happens, well, that moment is recorded in perpetuity. And I think a number of artists that I've spoken to and a number of artists that maybe haven't yet said this, that is a real pressure hanging over you. That means that the stress before a gig is quite significant. I saw it myself when we did some live streams earlier this year, and because the live stream has to go up bang on time, you've all seen how well Nod is chairing this conference to enable things to start and finish on time. Well, when you're doing a hybrid gig, you've got the sound mixing and the vision mixing saying, okay, 3, 2, 1, and you're on. And I've watched the panic as an artist as run up the stairs whilst the live stream is on and picking up their instruments and thinking, oh, should I have planned this? Should I have been on stage already? But then if you come on stage already, the audience in the room are clapping. Just those little things have been a challenge for the artists. Intellectual property, we'll talk a little bit towards the end, but artists have been asking questions and are concerned about if you are making a recording of their music, where does that sit? How does that work? We all know the challenges the collecting societies have had, and I'll go into a bit more information about that. And then some of the artists are also concerned about diluting their audiences, which is on the next slide. I've got a bit more data which talks about the dilution of audiences. Are you simply shifting your existing audience from buying an in-person ticket to just watching it at home? However, some artists have been really excited to work with the idea of a live stream because the idea that they can reach audiences. We've all seen it. Anyone who's booking bands knows that when you put out a tour schedule, you always get those fans on Facebook, oh, why don't you come to my town? Or you should definitely come here. Well, now there's an opportunity for those artists to say, if you can't make it in person, then maybe you can make it online. there's an additional income stream for those artists, hopefully, possibly, potentially. And also, having high-quality video content for an artist when they're performing can be a really important and valuable marketing tool. Just having good content of you in a venue with an appreciative audience, doing a great set that's lit well, that sounds well, that has a value to it for those musicians. Now, the plural of anecdotes is not data, but equally we have not got a massive amount of data here. But over the summer, from April this year through to October this year, we ran a number of hybrid online events. 14 concerts. You can see a nice graph that I thoroughly enjoyed making there. But what's interesting about this, we also did audience surveys. So everything I'm going to say is backed up with direct quotes and audience feedback on everything that we did. But just to talk you through this graph, the blue line is basically where I hoped the sales would get to on the show. That's what we needed to make the show work. The red line is actually what happened. So you can see some were slightly down on where I expected, some were slightly up. There you go. That's just the nature of putting on any kind of gigs. But interestingly, it's the grey and the yellow line there. I don't know if you can see them, which is the mix of where those sales came from. So during the first part of our online adventures, we had no audience in the room. We weren't allowed them. We did some gigs. 100% of that audience was online. None of them were live or in real life. In the middle section, between numbers 4 to 10, you can see that we ran hybrid gigs. This was gigs where there were maybe social distancing in place. Maybe there were other kinds of restrictions, mask wearing. In some venues you were doing things like vaccination passports, 1 or 2 venues for that. And you can see that effectively where I was expecting the total sales to be pretty much was about where I was expecting the total sales to be, but the audience was split pretty much evenly, half of them online, half of them in person. And then as we reached our final 4 gigs, in the UK, there were no legal restrictions. That is not the same as there being no restrictions, but no legal restrictions. And you can see that with time, we achieved pretty much our sales targets, but fewer of those audiences were online compared to in real life. What's interesting about this, I think, is that we didn't, but this is just us, it's probably different for other people, but from my anecdotal experience with other promoters, we weren't finding a brand new online audience. What we were doing was shifting our in real life audience online. And that's borne out by the audience feedback and the audience surveys that we had. Yes, there were people who wouldn't ordinarily have made a show, made a gig, but ultimately there isn't, or we didn't find, rather, a ready-made group of people who don't go to gigs, who suddenly could access gigs. Inevitably, the challenge with this is that our in real life tickets were ranging between £12 to £20. Our online tickets were ranging between £10 to £12, so they were a little bit cheaper. And what that meant was a different revenue split. From our surveys, so a folk audience in the UK, I don't know what it's like all across Europe, but a folk audience in the UK tends to be a slightly older demographic. We do more seated gigs, which means it's less easy to socially distance because you could be sat next to someone you don't know. Many of the folk audiences, a significant chunk of our audiences might be more concerned about health issues, concerned about various illnesses and things like that. And so they were nervous. In our surveys, one of the surveys we did was everyone who has attended Manchester Folk Festival in the past that did not attend Manchester Folk Festival this year. Why didn't they? Well, about half of them said that they were not yet happy to return to in real life gigs. Now, when asked about that, when asked when they might return, almost all of those people who didn't attend this time round said, look, we're not returning because even though the government says there's no pandemic anymore, or the government says there's no restrictions anymore, there is, and we won't feel comfortable taking the risk to return in real life to venues until we are satisfied that the risk to our health is over. Interestingly, when we put on shows which attract a younger demographic, that is less the case, but still happens. And there's another odd anomaly which has been happening. We've started to run some events that are not hybrid. We did Grace Petrie in Gorilla, which is a standing venue in Manchester. It was packed out, it was fantastic. We've done a few others, Declan O'Rourke in Stoller Hall the other week. When we're running these kind of shows, and we know we're not alone with this as a promoter, we might sell enough tickets to make a show break even. We might sell enough tickets for everyone to do really well out of it. But about a third of the ticket buying audience are just simply not turning up in real life. They're not asking for a refund. They're not saying, oh, I'm sorry, I couldn't make it. They bought their ticket, and then for whatever reason on the day of the show, they're just not getting in their car or getting on public transport and coming into the city to watch gigs, which was a surprise to us, which has meant that not only are we a third down on our in real life sales, but of the in real life sales, a third of them just won't turn up. I don't know when that will end. I don't know if it will end. I don't know what the new normal is. I don't know if we are now living with the virus as it is, but it's certainly something which, for independent promoters who are already right on the breadline, who are already struggling to make ends meet, to make their margins link up, if you are also a promoter who owns a bar, you'll get a double hit because your ticket sales are likely to be lower, and then your bar sales are likely to be lower than you expected as well. So it's a mystery, but there you go. There are also some other challenges. We're talking about moving our audiences online. Well, it's not just as simple when you're doing an online gig as setting up a camera and off you go. One of the things we found is that if you want to have any kind of engagement with the audiences, you can't just put one camera up on a stage. We found that if you want to sell a hybrid gig, you're trying to recreate the performance that's happening on stage in someone's home. You need to have some kind of interesting shot, you need to have moving cameras, you need to change, and we found that you do have to have that live video editor in the space. That has a cost. So before we've even started, you're paying for a video editor and all their tech. You're paying for usually 2. Sometimes you can get away with 1 camera operator with a fixed camera and a mobile camera. Not only that, you're also paying for hosting. So you might be hosting this on a platform like Vimeo, or you might be hosting it on someone else's platform, but you also then need to host it in a way that no one else can just access that. It has to sit behind a paywall. And that ticketing platform, that hosting, also comes at an additional cost. So you might say you ticket for a booking fee, but you're also having a hosting cost associated with that. We touched on licensing. At the moment in the UK, for the kind of shows we're doing, rather than paying 4.2% PRS charge, we're paying 10% PRS charge. So that's also gone up because you've got to factor in your mechanical rights into that as well. And longer term, if we want to show that again for a month, there are still questions around, well, we've made a recording then, and we're a promoter, you know, we're not a label. How does that all work, and how are those kind of things structured? And so what we found is that pretty much we need to guarantee at least 100 online sales just to break even on our basic core costs of running a gig. Now, if you have a fantastic, massive audience anyway, great, that might work well if you're selling 1,000 tickets for every one of your gigs, because you might be able to get away with moving 100 of those audiences online. But certainly for a lot of our folk shows, our folk gigs, we're talking about audience sizes of between 100 to 500 people. And if 100 of those audiences are just not going to buy an in real life ticket, so they've got to then buy an online one, and then you've got to shell out quite a significant return. That's quite a challenge and quite a risk, and we haven't yet decided fully what we're going to do going forwards. At Manchester Folk Festival, we streamed 2 gigs and we filmed a third, but we were fortunate enough to still be in receipt of a fantastic bit of support from Arts Council England. Going forwards, I just don't know whether we would do that. So one of the challenges around this is, well, maybe we can market to a broader or a wider online audience. But if you're a promoter, especially if you're a promoter who is based in a venue or in a region, then you need some way to target that advertising. And often often the single factor that you would use to target is geography. So I'm going to look online for audiences that live in a certain area. Whether we like it or not, we all have seen various audience segmentation. We know about segmentation in audiences. People don't like to think of themselves as easily grouped, but we are. I know that if I pick a postcode area near me, then I'm more likely to find people to buy tickets for shows because they will ultimately have a similar kind of outlook, a similar kind of job type. They've got a similar kind of level of disposable income. People live together in similar areas, and so that's how marketeers use their venue approaches to reach those geographical audiences. But without geography as the defining factor, you're trying essentially to reach an audience that, well, where do you start? I mean, you start with the artist, but you're already doing that. So you've got it. So for an independent promoter, an independent venue, it's a real challenge to try and reach that audience that are not in your geographical remit. So you end going back to the artist and asking the artist, actually, what we're talking about here is your audience, not our audience. And then that puts additional pressure because an artist might well be on tour. They might have multiple live streams with multiple promoters saying, please, can you reach the same audience? And then how does an audience member pick which live stream they're going to spend their money on as part of that? So there are some challenges around this, and in a little bit I'll talk about how you might overcome some of those challenges. But I also wanted to touch on the industry side. So we run a lot of music industry events. Some of them are virtual showcases. We've created a large virtual showcase program. We have now, we will have just under 30 20-minute virtual showcase films, which are artists, there's Lady Nade, doing a set, a bit of an interview, and we've been putting them at online conferences and showcases over the past couple of years. And I'm sure many of us have sat through, endured online music industry events, which at the start, we were great ways to keep in touch, but ultimately they don't replace those bits of magic, those chance happenings, those conversations that lead to genuine innovation in the music industry that often you'll get on the fringes of events like this. I'm sure the conversations many of us had last night whilst we were recovering from our dancing might lead to far more fruitful support and growth for the European folk music industry or sector than listening to me right now, for example. And you can't capture that fully in a digital event. So when we surveyed our music industry buyers about virtual showcasing, in the survey, a lot of them, the vast majority, said, brilliant idea, I would love to watch a virtual showcase video, especially if I can watch it in my own time, especially if I can just put it on for 20 minutes in my working day and discover a new artist and hear about their touring exhibitions. That was everyone's intention. But actually, in reality, the viewing figures of those do not match that aspiration. We have run some in-person events. Some online live events where we've showcased some of these, and that has been a little bit more successful. But I think out of sight, out of mind, almost. If you're going to a music industry showcase, then you're there to watch the bands, and you do watch the bands. If you're sat at home with all of the other pressures and challenges on all of our lives, it's a much more difficult thing to motivate yourself to watch 20 minutes of a band you haven't heard of before. And we're finding that when in our initial surveys, everyone said, yeah, definitely do this. And in practice, that hasn't necessarily translated. But where we have found a fair bit of success has been the webinars, the talks, the learning, the continual professional development. Now, we started running a number of online programs under the banner Folk Talk, which turned eventually into Folk Talk Academy. If you haven't had a look at it, I would definitely recommend having a look at Folk Talk Academy. It's free. There's loads of great stuff on there. We're looking for more people who want to continue to put great stuff on there. But those webinars actually were really well attended. And whilst we were watching the webinars, a lot of people watched them live, but we recorded them and put them on the platform, and loads of people continue to view them every day. And they're viewing them for practical reasons. They're viewing them for people building their careers. We spoke to one booking agent who has branched into publishing that has thoroughly benefited from watching some of the videos about what does a publisher do, how do you get into publishing. Equally, many artists that we speak to are building portfolio careers, and that is the nature of the industry nowadays. And in their portfolio careers, they might also want to be a booking agent or a promoter. Or maybe they're going to release their own album, so they'll release their friend's album as well, and before you know it, they've created a label. Well, maybe you need to have that first one-stop shop. You know, what goes into a label deal? How do you, what is music licensing? How does that work? What are different approaches to live streaming? These are the kind of things where we have found people are engaging and continue to engage. And in a couple of weeks' time, although we haven't advertised it yet, we're going to do another one of those Folk Talk live conferences online, and I'm pretty confident that we'll achieve a similar number of interested people who just want to come together and have these kind of panel discussions available. I don't know what the figures are like for people watching at home, but I suspect that it's working out, because it is the kind of thing you can have on whilst you're kind of doing other things or working or whatever, and people are engaging with that side of it. I put that quote up there, which is a quote from a well-known booking agent and promoter. I have had some more direct quotes than that. One person in very colourful language says, "You could not pay me to watch another online conference." But I don't. But interestingly, from our surveys, some people do value those things. What I don't yet know is how many of them, and is it worthwhile for the extra cost? And are you simply, just like in a live concert setting, are you just migrating your delegates and giving them the permission, the opportunity to stay at home and say that they've engaged? We know how difficult it is, how busy all of us are, to commit the time, which is our most valuable asset, to commit the time to come to an event like this is the biggest testament to its value. And if you have the opportunity not to, then do you just lose those people? So we don't yet know about that, but our survey suggests that that also is a risk in the industry as well as in the other side of it. So, will audiences return? That's the question, isn't it? I mean, our data suggests that until there is 100% confidence in dealing with the virus, or the virus is gone, or the pandemic is over, then 100% of the audiences will not return. And I think that's really the takeaway moment. That's a real challenge for the live sector. For folk clubs in the UK, where there is traditionally an older demographic, a more regular demographic, they're often in small, unventilated rooms at the back of pubs or clubs or whatever, that's going to be a real challenge, because disproportionately those older audiences are less likely to return to these things. And yet, if you're going to stream them, not only have you got your extra costs, but you also have additional technological barriers. We've been finding, when we've been running our live streams, to be honest, I find them more stressful than running an in-real-life gig, because I'll be getting emails from people saying, it's all broken, it's gone down, and it's not, their Wi-Fi's broken, but they're emailing you, or they're writing on the chat, or they're putting on Twitter, saying there's a problem at your end. And there's only so many times you can politely say, have you turned it off, and then turned it back on again, which is the challenge. equally, you know, I might be able to know how to make something from my iPad go on my telly, but not everybody does. And that has become another challenge as well, because that further detracts from the experience. I just wanted to touch on, oh, the slide hasn't changed. There we go. I just wanted to touch on 3 other issues as well, very, very briefly, as I realise I've only got about 7 or 8 minutes left. I'm finding increasingly that funders, decision makers, people who with a real interest in the climate emergency, which is, in my opinion, the most important existential threat facing us today, are suggesting that online music is the answer to the music industry's impact on the climate. I'm finding it's a bit of a square peg for a round hole, for all the reasons I've explained, but I don't know how we tackle that. There was a really helpful discussion yesterday about this. In my opinion, online music is not the answer for tackling the climate emergency. We need to have that in-person interaction. We need to have the live sharing of a collective experience in order to really value and enjoy live music. In the middle there is my great friend John Kelly, who I've been working with for a couple of years, and he showcased at Manchester Folk Festival. That's him on our stage. And he said something really important which did make me rethink, because we were live streamed his show. He said, for him, live streaming has been essential. And for many of his friends and for other people with access issues or with some reason that they can't participate or be in person in a venue, then there is an audience there. And it's a really important one, because what live streaming does is it not only does it break down barriers through geography, but it breaks down barriers through access as well. And I think this is something that we're going to explore a lot more. Again, it will probably need funding of some sort, but John was ever so grateful because many of his friends and his colleagues who also have access challenges were able to watch his set when they ordinarily might not have been able to do that. Now, in most modern venues, there are all kinds of considerations and access solutions in place, but that's not always the case in every space. And I think it was a really important moment for us that he was able to share that with people who might not otherwise have been able to watch his concert. And IP, I won't go into it in too much detail because we haven't got a long time left, but if you were following the debacle earlier this year of PRS and the rates and how they were going to charge things, if you were, I don't know how it's been across the wider European music industry, but effectively, the second you are putting live music through a camera, then there's a mechanical rights element associated with that. The second you are watching it again, you are watching a recording that you have made. Obviously, it's important for songwriters and for people who are recording music to be properly remunerated for their time. But before you know it, you're going to be talking about radio levels of collecting society percentages. Now, I don't know if you're as much of a fan of collecting societies and music licensing as I am. If you're not, then watch the Folk Talk Academy webinar on it, and you will be. But that has not yet been resolved. And when I am doing a settlement with an artist, which includes a hybrid bit, they're always surprised to see your PRS for the live, and then more than double that PRS charge, Performing Rights Society, it's the collecting society in the UK, more than double that for their hybrid sales, on top of the platform hosting costs and all of those other things. I don't think we've found a solution. I don't think the music industry and the global rights collecting societies have kept up with the speed of progress, but watch this space, because certainly some of them were talking about charging backdated costs, which if you've settled your show and then someone comes after you for 10% or 15% or 17% at the top end, then that's going to be a surprise and a challenge. So, in conclusion, I haven't really answered many questions here. I don't want to sound like a dinosaur, but we cannot underestimate the power of in real life music. And whilst live streaming has a lot of positives and a lot of opportunity around it, we have not yet found a way to make that work financially and sustainably. Will audiences return for folk music? Maybe not in full. Is live streaming the single answer? In my opinion, probably not. Thanks very much, everyone. I think we've got 3 minutes for questions. If anyone has any questions, I'll happily guess some answers.
Hello, Tom.
Hi.
Thanks for your speech. And during lockdown, I interviewed the former Italian president of jazz musician, and he said that live streaming was a temporary solution, and he hoped it was a temporary solution. Would like to know if young musician, the thoughts of young musicians, those born in the last years of 20th century or millennials, what they are thinking about new technologies, new way of making music. Probably for them it's easier than for a musician who is 50 or 40. Thank you.
I think that's a great question. To be honest, we've seen this firsthand with Global Music Match. If you haven't come across the Global Music Match program, it's well worth you having a look for it. If you are working with an export office in your respective country, then it's well worth getting in touch, because we'll be running a 3rd round of this. But what Global Music Match did was it brought together 6 artists in a team from all over the world, literally all over the world. We were meeting at all kinds of day and night to accommodate our friends and colleagues in Australia, in Taiwan, in the west coast of Canada, and everywhere in between. And one of the things that came from this was how much easier everyone found it as we progressed through 2 iterations of this to collaborate, to work together musically. We created a series of videos early on called creating video content from home, or producing video content from home, which shows you the basics, what kind of microphones you need, how you can set this up, how you can video edit with another person, because everyone was doing that and some people were doing it more successfully than others. I think technology has made it easier to do those kind of collaborations, and I wouldn't say age is necessarily a barrier, but what I would say is that it's a learning process for everyone, and that everyone, if they choose to engage with it, can find the resources out there to learn how to do it. And I've seen some of the most fantastic world music, creative collaborations come out of the past 2 years, as artists who would normally never have worked together and never have met were able to connect, form friendships and form creative artistic bonds using technology that, whilst it may have existed in 2019, was not as prevalent as it is today. And they're of all ages and all backgrounds. So I think, yeah, there's significant opportunities for artists to work together, and I don't think age is necessarily the barrier.
Tom, I think there's probably a lot of people who want to ask questions, but we do have a discussion group running from time now. Just one more question here from Janusz, and then we'll close this session. But there's a whole discussion group that I'm sure people will want to take part in later to actually go through more of these issues. One question.
Thank you, Tom, for brilliant story that we all have experienced. And what is my question is how to measure the social side of folk music, because we can analyze streams, performances, etc. But what makes this music sensible and what brings people together is the meeting, is the community, is not the individual. People have the opportunity to lose a part of their individuality, and they wish to, and we wish to experience this unity that happens around music, through music, thanks to music, thanks to musicians. thanks to dance. How do you think of it?
Thanks for that. You're exactly right. The whole point of folk music is that it's people coming together. It is community. I think as we've moved into digital realms, there's been new avenues open up, but they've been at the expense of existing avenues. So I am an enthusiastic folk dancer, folk musician, folk singer. It is not the same me sat in front of my laptop with my concertina trying to wait my turn or play along with someone else on Zoom. I've really missed sharing that moment, sat in a pub, playing some tunes, singing some songs together. I've missed that like I cannot say. I've missed dancing, I've missed all of those things. It was lovely last night to be able to do a little bit of dancing. However, during this time, again, by removing geography, other networks are founded. I'm part of a new network called NASC, the North Atlantic Song Collective Circle Convention. I'm looking at David. We're always chatting about the sea there, which has brought together singers right across the North Atlantic region to share their heritage, to share their songs, to share ideas and networks. And we're planning to have a first in-person event in Denmark next April. But those kind of opportunities, those kinds of discovery, breaking a geographical barrier to participation and learning, have opened up. That's a nice addition, but in my opinion, it does not replace what has been lost by keeping things together. One example, I run a Morris side in Horwich in Bolton, and we are really concerned about whether or not we can restart our practices. It gives people the opportunity to drift away, to move on to other things. And this Morris side has been going since 1903. And we just don't know what's going to happen, because that 2-year hiatus has put such a dent in people's habitual folk community that that it's easy to go, oh, maybe I'll just give that a rest. I've done that 20 years now. Maybe I won't do that anymore. Or maybe they've aged during that 2 years. They've not kept up with it all, and maybe they can't pick those things back up. I just don't know. And I think it's going to be a real challenge to keep our communities together, to revive our in-person local heritages, which have influenced and made such an impact on many of us in the room and watching at home. So it's a really great question. Who knows? I hope it comes back as fully as it possibly can, and with renewed vigour, because we're able to see that we're not alone using technology. We're able to see that there are these communities all over the world with the same interests and the same passions, but just with different creative outputs based on our geography. Does that answer it? Maybe not, but that's time, I think. Thanks, Nav.
Thank you, Tom. When we started with just the question on the piece of paper, I thought, well, this is probably a simple answer. He's shown us how complex that is, but he's also told us that real life is real life, however much we use technology. And I kind of get the feeling that all the people in the room here and the people watching us online also know that. So I think there's a great deal of hope for future, for the social and emotional importance of what we do in real time, in real person. That's just my view, and I'm not a speaker. But you will have a chance in a discussion group after coffee to talk that through and to ask more questions. Tom will be in that group. So, organisational. We're going to have coffee now outside, and then at, just check, at 11:30, and we want you to be prompt, otherwise moving around is going to take too much time. We're going to split into 4 groups. 3 of those groups will be in other rooms outside, and we'll ask Veronica and Angela to show you those groups at the end of the coffee break. And 1 group will be in here. The group in here will be for non-members of EFN, and I'll just do a short presentation in here using this room, because with the screens and everything, the technology, just to give a short presentation about what is EFN, and that will be also online. The other three groups will go into other rooms, and Angela can describe. Do you want to describe the groups? Yes, rooms downstairs, 1, 2, and 3, and you can be shown to that. But you have to choose, the people in the room have to choose which group to be in. There are 3 groups. One continues this discussion, online versus in person. And I think, Tom, if you can be part of that group to answer more questions too. David will chair that from the board. So that's group number 1. Group number 2, chaired by Araceli from the board, is the question about commercialization of tradition. A really important question that perhaps we've not discussed enough. Is it commercialized? Does commercialized water down traditions, or does it strengthen them, etc., etc.? So Araceli will be chairing that discussion in the second group. And the third group will be chaired by Eric, and it's about the regional collaborations or regional partnerships within the European Folk Network. So you have those 3 to choose. Please kind of try and spread yourself out between those 3 groups. And the chairs will be asking everyone to make a contribution, not one person hogging the whole discussion, but everybody should make a contribution. And really we'll get some answers from really 2 questions here. One is, what is your experience in your place, in your organisation, in your world about these subjects? And the second question that we're asking at all the discussion groups is, so what can the network do in terms of that question? What's the network's place in dealing with some of those subjects? So those are the 3 discussion groups downstairs, plus a presentation of EFN for those who are not members in here. And that's it. And we come back, if I can ask the 3 chair people to make sure that maybe you get 5 minutes at the end to get back in here, because in here at 12:15 on time, we have Andras Lelkas from Hang Vito, and talking about the Balkan Most and the Balkan traditional music project in which he's involved. Okay, coffee, and then discussion groups. many people are online, but most of the people online will be members, and you will know what EFN is all about because you already joined. We have colleagues here in the room. I don't think this is, there's very few people here who are not members right now. There were some other people yesterday who are not members, but this is really just a presentation for those people who don't know what EFN is, and it does. So we're going to just wait 2 minutes for one colleague to finish some other business, and then I'll quickly go through the PowerPoint about European Folk Network. So if you're waiting online, if you just be patient to wait for a couple of minutes. And I will start just in a couple of minutes' time. So, if I can ask the technician colleagues, I am not able to get this PowerPoint presentation online at the moment. Do it now? Ah, there we are. Jolly good. Thank you. And all of the instructions at the top are in Hungarian. Which is the one that says just slideshow? Which is the instruction just to have the single slide? At the top left corner. Yeah. Atunsek? It's okay. We're just waiting for translation of the Hungarian instructions for PowerPoint. It's okay. Oh, a colleague is coming in now. Marvellous. Which is it? Right, okay. If you just wait a couple of minutes, then I'll begin for online and for the people in the room. What it is that the European network is and what we do. I gave this presentation to a big crowd of people in Womex last month, and from that we certainly had more people joining the network, so I hope that that's a good sign for today. The history of the European Folk Network, it kind of strings back to actually going to America and talking to their Folk Alliance International, which is a huge network across the whole of North America of literally, I think, about thousands of organisers and people involved in folk music. Of course, folk music in America probably means something slightly different to what we talk about in Europe. That's not the important thing. But they have an incredibly well-organised network in the United States and Canada. And they have a big, big annual meeting and also regional structures around the continent. And we talked about, well, let's connect Folk Alliance International in the American continent with a European network. And at that point, of course, we researched and realised there wasn't a connection. We know that the European networks, especially funded ones, for jazz, there's a great Europe Jazz Network, for opera, for theatre, the IETM is an incredibly strong theatre network for Europe, for dance, and for so many other things in the world. There are networks for pan-European networks for their sector. And the one thing we didn't find was a pan-European network for the traditional arts, for the arts of the people and the citizens of Europe, and the citizens who've migrated from other places to become citizens of Europe. Their traditional arts are not connected in a big network. There are some small regional networks, like the Nordic network of traditional music people, but there's not a pan-European network. So that was the beginning of us all thinking, well, we need to do something about that. We had meetings in various places, a kind of a big think tank meeting in Brussels, right through, for a couple of years. It took a long time. And we worked out some of the things that a network could possibly do. And in 2018, we had the idea from colleagues in what's now Vibe in Belgium, and also from colleagues in the United Kingdom. We had the offer of a little bit of a small but very useful amount of money that maybe could help us just begin some of the regular things to create a network. Make a website, make a regular company, so it becomes a legal status. So with that help, that's what we started to do. We worked out some important first principles about the network. We had to have a vision. You can't just have a network without thinking about what it's for and what it does. And the vision is quite clear and very short. That people, the citizens of Europe, express and celebrate the rich diversity of cultural identities in Europe, and they express that through folk and traditional music and the associated performing arts like dance and storytelling. Now, that's a simple sentence, but actually it took a long time to boil down all of our ideas into that simple notion of a vision. So what's the purpose of having a network? You can have plenty of organizations, but they must have a real purpose. And it was agreed in general that the network exists to support knowledge and the practice and access to the arts of tradition currently practiced in Europe in all of their diversity. And that very much includes the traditional arts of those people who, over the years, over the centuries, have migrated to Europe from other places. Their cultures, as part of Europe, as citizens of Europe, are important. The aims of the organization are really to create opportunities within the traditional sector and within Europe for artists, audiences, and organizers to meet, to communicate, and collaborate. And we want to be the advocates for the traditional arts in Europe. We want to speak for the strength and the importance of the sector to other organisations and other perhaps governmental organisations, pan-European organisations who need to know the importance of the traditional arts. So, some practical objectives we began to work out, and these you'll see followed through later today in the discussion groups. What is it practically that a network can do? Well, an annual conference, we've already proved today, and in our first conference in Brussels, the importance of bringing people together to hear speakers, to think of ideas, to begin to discuss. It's a central point as a network to have an information hub which can be built over the years to help to give access to members for practical support and mutual discussion. A network is certainly able to provide the platform for partnerships. And we've already seen in this conference, in the conferences before, and even the online conferences, that partnerships are beginning between members who perhaps didn't know one another or didn't have contact previously, to do commissions together, to do creative projects together, to just simply work together. Another objective is fundraising, and we talked earlier today about the importance of being able to find funding for projects that may cost us some money. There's a program of, if you like, good practice, how to share skills, how to share experience, how to share opportunities, so everybody can help to increase the level of their expertise within this sector, whether they're artists or organisers or whatever. The objective of trying to be an advocate for the traditional arts means that there is policies, cultural policies, social policies, either in local, national or pan-European governments and public agencies, that we want to take account of the importance of the traditional arts. And that sounds a very high ideal, but we know that actually influencing the development of policy on a political level is very important for the future of various sectors, and many other sectors are already busy doing that. We want to join in. To have some kind of focus for the media, of course there's plenty of media outlets and magazines and online blogs and so on for the traditional arts, but not for every single organisation, but to have a general contact point for the media would be useful so that we can speak on behalf of our members and to raise awareness and PR for the sector. And we want to translate those objectives into direct practical plans. And later today, in this conference, towards the end, we'll have a discussion about how we put into place practical actions to make those things happen. So, how does it work? In 2019, in January, we actually created a formal legal structure. We created it in Brussels. As you can tell, I'm from the country that decided upon Brexit, and we knew that we didn't want to have a headquarters or a registration in a Brexit country. We wanted to be in the heart of Europe. So, although we work from different places and the board members are from different places, we created the company in Brussels, in the heart of Europe. That picture is, you see those people there. I took the photograph of some of the people who helped, became part of the first board. David, Danny, in the middle there is Katie Spicer, who couldn't be here today at this conference, and on the left of the picture is Melanie Shays, a traditional artist, a folk artist an organiser from Belgium, who helped us with the Belgian language in all of the legal structures and legal registrations. She and those other people became the first members of the board. Melanie left because she left working for the Vibe organisation, and Lisa Colson, who we've heard about earlier today, came in her place on the board, and that's the rest of the board. You've met most of them today because we had the election to re-elect most of them onto the new board. And then me, I'm just an administrator trying to put together some of the practical details. and help the board with, notes and meetings and organisation, and help to do things like arrange a website, the usual administration. I'm here doing that until we can find proper money to pay, not me, but somebody else to be our full-time administrator. But I'm very happy to do it because it's such a great, exciting new adventure, and I'm happy to be part of that for the time being as the administrator. So when we started, and after all, we're a very young organisation, we launched a membership with a very modest level of membership fees in 2019, and people began to join on a regular basis. That means that they are voting members of the organisation. And they began not only to pay a small subscription to be a member, but also some of them, which we called founding members, gave an extra donation of money in order to help us just begin to accumulate some financial reserves so that we could pay for a certain amount of things. Even the legal registration, of course, costs money to actually make a registration in Brussels. So we needed a little bit of money to start. In 2019, we started to go to different places, to the English Folk Expo, run by Tom, who you heard earlier. We went to Finland for the Womex, and we had a booth at Womex all the way through. And there, again, to give an example, Womex were very generous and helped us to have a stand, but we still had to pay for hotels and travel and blah, blah, blah. And then we actually held the first conference within the first year, and there were more than 60 people at the conference, which we held in the heart of Brussels, in the Scotland House, which is the Scotland government's venue. It's right in the, when I say it's in the heart of Brussels, it's right by Ron Schumann, the roundabout named after one of the founders of the European Union. So we felt we were really in Europe having a meeting there. And that was very useful, that conference, because it actually was, there was very few speakers. There were speakers, as we've had today, but there were a lot of discussion groups that were all about the plans. The members of this network are the people who make the plans. The board then shape them. I help to administer them, but it's the members who make the plans. And in that first conference, within a year, we had some really good plans beginning to shape up. We then went to represent ourselves in Glasgow at the big showcase event. Maybe 200 people from across the world come to Showcase Scotland every January. And so we represented ourselves there and gained new members and were able to talk to a lot of people. And then COVID hit. That's a picture of all of our conference members in 2019 in November. So that's 2 years ago now. These are all of our members who were able to come to the first ever conference in Brussels. So all of those members, now this list is not absolutely up to date, forgive me, because more people have joined since then, but it gives you an idea. We have 26 European nations already represented. Founding members, they were the people who gave us extra donations to give us a basic budget. And then standard members just paid, excuse me, the membership fee, 73 of them, a total of 103 members in March this year. But actually, we've now got 112, 113, so we're accumulating members very quickly. And you can see all the countries they come from. Some of the countries are well represented, others not so well. Belgium, where we started, very strong turnout. The United Kingdom, well, we split it up because from a traditional point of view, the United Kingdom is 4 separate countries. Scotland, Wales, England and Northern Ireland, and so we split those up into traditional nations. But you can see there's a good representation, and already this list is much longer, and for my next presentation I'll update this list, but we now have even more people. COVID hit us like it hit everybody. The whole of 2020, we couldn't meet, we couldn't go out of our houses at some points, but we still kept working. We wrote some fundraising applications to special funds in Scotland that gave, actually the money was not into our bank account, it was routed through our colleagues in the Traditional Music Forum in Scotland, but we raised a bit of money by making a funding application for the mapping research, which we began to undertake. We've heard a little bit earlier today about the mapping. It's the beginning of a research program. It's not the research program, it's the first step to find out who and where in Europe, who's doing what and where it's happening right throughout Europe. And we've got a lot more to do on that. And the beginning of a similar kind of research, more about the quality of information on how do young people get involved in the traditional arts. COVID meant that we opened up our Facebook forum. We have a regular Facebook page, as most organisations do, but we opened one called the Community Forum, which anyone can join. You don't have to be a member. You just click and ask to be on the forum, and we invite you in. So there's been a lot of people corresponding on that Facebook forum. And as you see, the membership has grown. Some of the board members I mentioned earlier have come to the board by invitation in this last year or so. And we held this year, because the COVID was still going on, we didn't know if we could come here to Budapest or anywhere. We held 3 online meetings. We called them Spring Forward. It was a joke, really, because they began in the spring of 2021. But it also had a sense of leaping forward. We weren't going to just stand still. We sprung forward. And those meetings incorporated discussions, speakers, some formal business, the AGM we had, but also some fascinating discussions and speaking sessions from people across Europe again. And we were surprised at just how many people joined us online, 60 or 70 people on each Spring Forward session. We had 3 of those going through into the summer of this year. To give an idea, this one is the second of the online meetings. A keynote speech from Alistair Anderson, the most amazingly intelligent organiser, but also a brilliant musician from the northeast of England. Really spellbinding, and his speech was so strong that we've now put it online on the website so people can still hear. It was fundamental about why traditional music, why is it so important, why does he love it? We had speakers from France. Their FAMDT network is a huge internal network in France, and we were so pleased that they, along with others from national networks around Europe, joined as members. Svetlana Spejčić from Serbia talked about development in her country. Linda Dearns of Norway, who is the director of the National Folk Organisation in Norway, also founding members of European Folk Network, talked about how her organisation worked. And Janusz Prustanowski, who's here today, as you know, and was dancing yesterday evening in the Phono Music Hall in the dance session, talked about the amazing rise that he's been part of reviving the mazurka tradition, the dance tradition and music tradition in Poland. This was an incredible online, this is one of 3, as I said, and lots of breakout groups, because what we were discussing was more plans for the network. We wanted to keep the momentum going, not just wait a year until COVID was finished, but keep the discussions. And in fact, this allowed us to go forward and make, after the end of the 3rd Spring Forward online meeting, we published the mapping report. It's on our website. We saw this continual growth of membership, but we also, and you'll hear about this more later this afternoon, we published a 3-year strategic plan, which was masterminded by David, our chair, and discussed amongst the board and the members at these online meetings. And that strategic plan really has given us all of the basic information that we're taking forward and that we put into our application to the European Union, for instance, for networking. It's given us a structure. This is a new organisation, but it has a structure and a purpose and a plan that is very clearly worked out amongst the members. And we'll talk about that strategic plan later. We made this application it was written in August to the European Union, the network strand. We didn't get the money, but we got a very good evaluation back from the European Union officials, who basically were saying, this is a good idea, this network. Obviously, you need some more growth and more development to be in a position ready to receive large amounts of European Union funding. Nevertheless, we got a really good reaction from them. We've continued as we began to be able to contact people again and travel. We have a colleague here today from Fira Mediterranea Manresa near Barcelona. I was supposed to go. I contracted COVID, so I had to cancel my trip, but I know we were represented there. We went to the English Folk Expo run by Tom Besford, as you know, in Manchester, and attracted a lot of people there. The most important thing, we were able to talk to people in person, in real life, about the network and how it works. And we were in Porto, the beautiful city of Porto, for Womex. And actually, myself and other board members who were in Porto, and I'm not exaggerating, we spoke to absolutely everybody at all of the expo. We went round very carefully and talked to absolutely everybody, especially the national stands and the different people in that vast, vast expo in Womex, to let everybody know what's happening with this network. And we also at Womex had the opportunity, they gave us the stage for a presentation which is basically the same as this presentation, to tell newcomers what it was that we wanted to do and how we do it. Then we planned this. I have to say the contribution from the Hungarian Heritage House and the colleagues here has been amazing, because it was only in September that the board decided it was going to be okay and possible to have an in-person conference. And within that short space of time, our colleagues in the Heritage House have put it all together, including the technology, including printed programs, including all the provisions that we've seen, and that wonderful dance house visit that we had last night, and so on. And some, this evening, we have lots of other excitements, a lot of music coming this evening from Hungarian groups. All of that was put together in less than 2 months, and it's a credit to the Hungarian Heritage House at how fast people work when they really have an objective in mind. And in a week's time, I'll be going, and some of our other colleagues will also be there, to Folk Alarm, the Nordic countries gathering and showcase, where basically we'll be doing the same kind of process of talking to people and encouraging them to join and to come with us on the journey for the network. So, this is the presentation I did in Womex. So we're here now, we're here already, and we've seen this beautiful building and this wonderful situation, and we're about to hear some music later on. And we've heard some great sessions from great speakers. It was marvellous that they were all available in such a short time scale to come here and to give us the presentations, but it's been very worthwhile for all of our members. And I think that's where I ended the presentation when I was at Womex, and here we are now, actually having the second conference for an organisation that is not yet 3 years old, but has already had 2 major conferences and 3 online meetings already, and has developed very fast and with a great deal of determination. So if anybody is watching online about joining, then all you have to do is go to our website, where there's a section called membership, and there's an application form which you download and fill in. It's very simple. And we would be delighted with every new member that comes along. And just literally today and yesterday, already had 2 more applications come through, and we're welcoming new members on a very regular basis. I mean, that's my brief outline of European Folk Network, what it is, what it does, what it believes. And I think I'll leave it there. See how we're doing for time, but the discussion groups are still happening. And then at 12:15, back here in the room, but also online, we have Andras Lelkas talking to us about traditional arts in the Balkan region and the Balkan Most project. So, if you're online, get yourself a cup of coffee and relax. Here in person, have a little bit more time for coffee than usual, and we'll see you back here at 12:15 Central European Time. Thank you. Okay. For those people watching online, you know how it is at conferences. Once people start talking around the coffee table or have discussion groups, there's no stopping them, and that's good. But for the value of trying to keep a regular schedule, especially for those people tuning in online, apologies for a slight delay. Only 3 minutes delay so far. If you can wait another minute or two, and then we'll ask Andras Lelkas to come and talk to us about the Balkan Most project. So we'll go and shout at people outside. But I guess most of them have come in now. Somebody's ringing the doorbell. Okay. That's not bad timing for people who were dancing until God knows what time last night, having a great time, and I'm sure I saw at least one of you have a glass of wine and maybe some palinka. So, there are benefits. As Tom was saying earlier, it's not just about watching online. The palinka and the wine and the discussion and the dancing is also very important. So, for this last speaker session, I'll just remind you again, the people in the room, that at the end of this session, as we go to lunch, we're going to have the collective photograph. So don't move at the end of this session and after the questions and answers, and we'll take you all. You have to brush your hair and straighten yourself and put your badge around the right way, and we'll take a nice photograph. But meanwhile, talking about Eastern Europe, the Balkan region, and the strength of the traditional arts there, please welcome Andras Lelkas.
Good morning, everybody. I'm not very good at this. Thank you. So, again, good morning, and thank you for the possibility to talk about this. I'm going to talk about a project that is heavily supported by the Creative Europe program of the European Union. What I was to say is, what is that? What is this program? The idea behind this program was that whenever you want to find a Balkan artist to your festival, it's very difficult to find an artist because of many obstacles. One of them is that we, besides some names, besides some bands that we know very well, like, I don't know, Boban Markovic in Hungary, or Fanfare Ciocarlia, or other names, or Goran Bregovic. It's very difficult to find other Balkan bands whatever you try to use. Either you use internet or you use festival network, it's difficult to find artists. And that's why we started to create a program, what we call the MOST. MOST in many Slavic languages refers to bridge. This bridge that we have behind this program is trying to bring artists, managers, festivals to the other side of this obstacle, to the other side of this gate. And we would like to avoid as many gatekeepers as possible. So this project is offering resources for 9 countries in the Balkans. I think we have a nice map of that, yes. So you see, it's not totally a historical or a geographical reference to the Balkans, because we don't have Greece included, and because we have Romania included. And you can find other difficulties with this map. This is because of the funds of the program, why we have these countries involved, and why we, for example, we don't have Slovenia, for example, involved, or Greece, or whatever you would like to see it. I would like to talk a little bit about these 4 pillars, because this program that is focusing on Balkan music and arts, we wanted to treat them as 4 incentive programs for 4 different target groups of the Balkan region. One of the pillars, or one of the streams, we call Balkan Music Export. Here we would like to increase the possibilities for Balkan artists to be able to export their music to the other side of Europe and beyond as well. But the focus is Europe for the moment. Here we have several incentive programs. I think there is going to be a detailed page about that. I'm going to come back to this point in a second. Then we have another pillar or another stream, which is management training. The idea behind that is that we don't only need musicians and artists to be able to export the Balkan music, but we also need professionals. We need an industry behind them. Here we concentrate on the management approach or the management activities. So we try to offer them training and mentoring possibilities. It's quite excessive, this training and mentoring program, so we hope it's going to work. The third incentive system is aiming to increase the exchange between the professionals of the main target area of the managers and the musicians, and this is the festival organizers. So we want Balkan and Western festivals to exchange artists and exchange knowledge and exchange friendship, exchange network, increase the strengths of the network. And the 4th pillar is aiming the localities in the Balkan territory itself. So we would like to incentivize local governments to start up local artistic cooperations among artists and the government itself. Historically, this program is running for about 2 years now. We had many problems during the last 2 years in the pandemics to really implement every activity that we planned originally. What we especially could do is to do some trainings for the artists themselves and to start creating promotional materials for artists. What we could really do is the training for the management. We did them online, and we nearly didn't do any festival exchange. We hardly done 1 or 2 festival exchange in the last 2 years for obvious reasons. And we only could do a few trainings for urban creators, and I think we've done 1 or 2 urban policy projects in the last 2 years. The good news is that we have an open call from this Monday on, I think. So it's a very recent open call. I'm going to return to this in a second. So what has been done in the Balkan music exports? We had, in the previous open call, we had 140 applicants from the Balkanic regions. 70 of them were only from the world music scene, and we approached 10 artists, and we started to do some training courses. It was a couple of weeks of introducing them to the do's and don't do's of the industry, and we do a mentorship with them. So it means that every band has a specially assigned mentor who helps them to create their artistic and management or business model for the next couple of years to set up objectives and to set up smaller milestones, how to reach their objective, how to reach their aims. We already started to promote them with a songline selection CD, as with some Vomex 2020 online promotional slots, and we started to create the promotional materials, and we started to promote them to some regional showcases. There was not too many. Even in the Balkanic regions, there was very few regional showcases. We managed to bring one artist to Vomex to Porto this time. It's already something. In the management trainings, we had 48 applicants from the regions, and we had applicants that are already working hard in this business for, I don't know, decades. And in spite of that, many of them were really much interested in the course, and they took the time and they took these courses very seriously. It was really a challenging course. It was a very interesting course for not only the managers, but for the mentors and the lecturers as well. We had a very good couple of weeks with them. Thank you for that again. I think some of them are amongst us. So thank you for taking your time. Festival exchange could be a very important implementation tool to increase the awareness of the Balkan music artists. We had 30 applicants from Europe, and we assign them to tandems or twins or duos. One member of the duo is always a Western festival, and the other member is always a Balkanic festival member. And these pairs could be exchanging ideas, knowledge, experience, and also artists. Ethnofest was working already with Etnosoy. Mera World Music Festival was working with Fira Mediterranea de Manresa, and one Kosovo festival was working with Pannonica festival already. But certainly we were not reaching our objective yet. We hope that next year all these festival tandems can start to work really again, and they will showcase as many artists as possible, and they're going to meet each other's festival, visit the festival, and work a lot together. As I told you, there were some urban policies accomplished. 6 mini projects were selected from these 15 applicants, and 9 selected participants did the training. But I think only 1 or 2, no, actually 3 activities have been done. One of them, no, they are going to be only going to be in 2022 because of the pandemic. So none of them has happened yet, unfortunately. So as I told you, there are only 3 calls open to, from Monday on. One for the artists. This is specially assigned to Balkan artists. And I think it's specially assigned artists that can show roots from the Balkan. So I mean citizenship or double citizenship or something that is taking back them to the Balkan, because this is especially aiming to help the Balkan artists. And we are going to have, again, at least 10, 12 artists selected during this open call. We're going to have, again, training courses. We're going to have the mentorship. We're going to have the songlines CD. We're going to have the artist portfolio. And we hope to have some WOMEX participation as well, and we also offer regional showcases. So what we do here is there is always a jury who is selecting these artists, and then artists are assigned to trainings. The ones who does the training, they get a lot of support in cash as well for their artist portfolio support, for going to showcases, and they get extra help from mentors, and we cover a lot of cost for them, like travels, accommodation, even some fees are traveled for them. All these artists, if they want to show up at WOMEX as well, they have to apply for the WOMEX call as well. But we can finance the participation at WOMEXs. So that's for the artists. And then I think management training is similar to this. We help them with lecturers and training courses, and we also help them with mentors. and we have traineeship opportunities as well. These traineeship opportunities are paid mentorships. So we are covering allowances, accommodation, travel for manager trainees, and we try to bring them to companies that they are interested in. We had a couple of very good experience so far. Danilo from, I think he's from Serbia, no? Bosnian. Yeah. He was with Frank in Berlin, and I think he had a very good time, and I understood from the WOMAC side that he was very efficient. We are very proud of him. We had an opportunity to have a trainee with us as well. She was from Serbia. She was very nice, very hands-on, and so we are so happy to have such trainees with us. They are so experienced. So I don't know who is learning from who at this point of this MOS program, but we hope that in the next round we are going to have such talented but maybe less experienced trainees as well, or management participants as well. And as here it says, we are encouraging more female applicants. But what I think mostly, what is most important for you in this network is the festival and club exchange pillar, where we have a call. And here we expect to have festivals from both Western and Eastern, and as well as Balkanic countries, because we would like to enforce and the networking power of this industry with this festival exchange pillar. So we are going to have, I think again, at least 10 festival tandems selected. It means 20 festivals actually, 10 from the West, 10 from the Balkans. And this is not only covering costs like going to some showcasing festivals, but also covers a mentor program and also this curation programs, which is, I think, is a very good opportunity to finance some Balkan artists to go to the West and Western artists to go to the East. So the idea behind that is that one artist in this co-curation process, these tandems exchange ideas that whom would like to exchange artistically. So a Western band can go to the East, and the Balkan band can go to the West to showcase on each other's festivals. And then mutual visits are also covered. So I mean flights, allowance, accommodation. So this pillar is aiming the professionals to travel and gain some experience, and also the artist to be exchanged. So we hope that is going to be a good idea of a good way to increase this networking, not only for the artist, but for the professionals as well. We don't have a call for the urban policy pillar this time. We are going to have in the next round another pillar, another call. We are going to be half-time this summer of the program. So we are going to have we are going to have, this slide is something different, I'm sorry. So this slide is about the conferences that we go regularly. We've been to Sofia and we've been to Crossroads, which is a very important networking opportunity for us. And next week we go to Skopje to PIN festival. And in December we are going to have a little festival at Brussels. We have online events, we have the usual VOMEX gathering. And what I wanted to speak about is this, that in Novi Sad at the Exit Festival we are going to celebrate the halftime of the program with a huge festival. We hope to have at least 5 bands performing in Exit Festivals. And we are also encouraging you, people out there, to save the date, because we are also going to have a huge delegate program there where we would like to cover costs, allowances to come there. And we hope that this is going to be one of the biggest delegate program where you can enter to the Balkans. So here we are extensively looking for Western European managers, promoters, networkers, and everybody in the industry to come and spend us some time around these dates. We're going to have a conference program, we're going to have delegate program, we're going to have behind the scenes professional program, how to run a festival like this, big like Exit Festival, and so on. So please send us a message if you are interested, and we will trying to reach you out there when we have more about that festival. And then probably you will have a much more detailed introduction that how this program is working and how this program is running and how successfully it is when we look at the numbers, at the level of artistic performance, and so on and so on. And hopefully you don't have to listen to me next time, but real professionals and real musicians. Yes. We have a little video on that. If you want to have a little go on that, I would be happy. But if you have questions first, maybe that's even better. Yeah, please go ahead.
Hello, Andras. I wanted to add that MOST is really fantastic project. And I know that some bands, some group artists from Serbia that applied for your first call are very satisfied with MOST. I just wanted to ask one question. You mentioned that you wanted to motivate also local authorities to help and to give some support. So I suppose that is maybe the hardest part of your work. What is your plan, or how did you try, or how will you try to motivate local authorities to help MOST project, to help artists and so on?
The crucial part of this project is not just to spend money once, but how to keep it going. So the idea behind the urban policy pillar is first to incentivize local artists to go and find somebody at the local government who is responsive, who is willing to listen to the ideas of the local artist. That's the most difficult part, to find somebody who is willing to do anything, because we don't know each and every artist at local places. So that's very difficult. So just let's forget about this for a second. So the second part is that we would like to keep it going for ages. So the idea is that we incentivize these artists with the idea of having some support from us. So we ask them to first go and find somebody at the government, at the local government. Second is to bring up an idea that we kind of review and advocate. And then after that process, these selected projects will go back to the local government, and we are going to support half of the budget that is in the project is state or is written. And this is how we think that after having a successful project where we at least finance the 50% of the project, I think in the Balkan it's manageable to do a project with 50% only of the budget already. It's much more than nothing. So we hope that this is going to be enough incentive for the government as well to see that these projects can work. And hopefully after some of these projects are starting to go, then we hope that the government is going to willing to support these ideas. So this is the general idea behind the project. And as I told you, it didn't happen until now, so we hope that it's going to happen at least next year, hopefully. And then we will see. And if it's not working, then we are going to adjust and do another call and do another project. So this is really the most difficult part of the project, I agree. Yes, please.
I'd like to ask if, are you going to extend the project? I mean, do you want to involve somehow Slovenia, Greece and Hungary as well? Or if you could, you can, or you could make this?
Yes, thank you for this question. I'm very happy to tell you that yes, we are hoping that this is going to be a model which can be extended and tailor-made to other areas as well. So, for example, I would be very happy to do this in Latin America as well, or in Southeast Asia, wherever. So, but taking away the joke, I think that if this model can succeed, I think it in the next round of these European creative programs, I think it can be a good example how to treat music industry, how to treat traditional music, how to treat diversity music on a way that it can go to it can be commercialized enough, but not losing the local taste. And I hope that this program can be so successful that Creative Europe is going to run other projects, other calls like that in the future. So at least I hope that we're going to have success with that, and it can be taken as a model. We cannot extend this project because of the form of the call. We can elongate a little bit just because of the pandemics. So we are going to have an extra half a year because of the pandemics, but nothing else. So instead of finishing in 23. We are going to finish in 24, but something like April or May. So it's administratively going to be extended and not in the activities. The reason Slovenia is not included is, I cannot tell you exactly why, but it's again the call why Slovenia is not in. So Hungary is definitely not in. Hungary is the same reason, I think, as Slovenia. So that's why we are not in. That's all. Thank you.
I was just asking, I was looking around to see if there were any more questions. But you have the video to show us, so that would be a lovely way to finish with some moving images.
We are Most Music. We are building a bridge between the music market of the Balkans and the rest of the world. Most, the bridge for Balkan music. What is Most? Our mission is to boost the music market of the Balkans by connecting and supporting participants in the region's music scene. We connect artists, managers, festivals and institutions. That's where our name comes from. Most means bridge in many Slavic languages, a bridge that channels the energy of the Balkans onto international stages, a bridge of personal connections and shared experiences. The Most Music project was launched by 9 partners, each providing their own network and expertise, headed by the consortium lead, the Budapest-based Hangvetter. Most is also supported by Creative Europe, the European Union's framework programme for culture and audiovisual sectors. But what do we mean by the Balkans? This is a culturally and ethnically complex region, but we managed to narrow it down. Our call went out to Albania, Montenegro, Croatia, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Serbia, Romania, Bulgaria, North Macedonia and Kosovo. This is where we are looking for fresh talent that is ready to step onto the international stage.
We at Exit, we really believe in the Balkan creativity and creative industries. We see Balkan creativity as one of the greatest potential for the development of the region. We're gonna do a breakthrough for the Balkan world music.
What do we do? How can the Most project help? We empower the region's professionals by fostering connection, offering training, providing pilot projects and policy suggestions. We help them get on stages, both real and online.
Before we identify the target groups, we needed to identify the obstacles that are in the way of market development for world music in the Balkans. After this exercise, we found that our main target groups should be artists, music professionals, that include managers, bookers, labels, media people, promoters. The target groups also include venues from small clubs to huge festivals, and it includes urban creatives and the city-level policymakers.
Most is a long-term project for 4 years. After 4 years, we close with a showcase festival featuring the Most artists. The professional training programs have several rounds and feature mentoring, showcase visits, workshops and more. Most represents its members at major world music events such as Budapest Ritmo or WOMEX, the biggest world music meeting.
I think there's still superficial information about Balkan music. The area is wide in terms of cultural diversity and has a very rich variety of music. It's a deep traditional music culture and need to be more present to the international stage to building a global interest as one of the big challenges that many music professionals are struggling with.
In spite of the pandemic problems of 2020, Most Music was there for its participants. In the first year of the programme, we held trainings, produced a compilation CD together with our partner Songlines magazine, and presented our artists at Womex. Some of them were even selected for showcases. The first year, from over 200 applicants, he selected 10 bands, 20 festivals, 26 young managers, 9 urban creatives, and supported them with the help of over 20 world-renowned experts in the field. Make sure to follow the MOS project on Facebook and sign up to our newsletter for up-to-date info on open calls, new music, events and more. See you on the other side.
So thank you in the name of the Balkans.
Thank you. Thank you, Andras. Another really fascinating movement there, and the Balkan area being one that particularly, obviously, needs that kind of focus and attention. So let's hope there's more members for the network from the Balkans too. Well, for those of you online, you can relax now and go and find a sandwich and a cup of coffee. For those of you here in person, we're going to have a group photograph now. So brush your hair, straighten your necktie, put your badge around the correct way, and we're just going to go outside and have the photograph before we have lunch. Then lunch, and just to be clear, we start again in here at 2:15 Central European Time, 2:15 on the dot, and we will have our final discussion groups and plenary sessions. So I've got a bit more information to tell you when we start that at 2:15, how we're going to divide up the hour. But we'll talk to you about that at bang on 2:15 back in here. And for those viewing live stream, that is the session about future ideas for actions for this wonderful network. So, photograph. Angela will coordinate you all. Just follow everything that she says and does, and we'll have a quick photograph. Okay, we had a good lunch, and the networking is so apparent. Everybody talking to everybody else, making new contacts, developing other contacts you already made. Fantastic. So, this has been a fantastically good and productive event, and it's so great to be here in person. This last session, and in a minute I'm going to ask David, our chair, to kick off on it. This last session is comprised of a quick presentation by David, then some 3 discussion groups, and you just divide yourself into discussion groups, but then the subjects will be the same for all 3 discussion groups. And then we'll all come back together again for a final feedback from those discussion groups and the close of the formal conference. But don't forget that we have the tour of the Heritage House archives a little bit later. We're going to do that in 2 groups, and when we come to that point, Angela will make sure that you know where to go and to be part of the one or other group doing the tour. And then a little bit later, we get to music. It's your reward for being so active and patient during this conference session. We actually get to hear the real thing from Hungary right at the end. It's perfect. So, David, I don't know if you're ready. This last session is all for all of us to start thinking, okay, what do we do now? As you know, we didn't receive the funding from the European Union, but we made a damn good application, and an awful lot of the plans that we'd already made through our discussions previously went into that. So we don't have to plan everything in terms of the subject matter for our discussions, but what we have to do now is to look at practicalities, practical ways of making our general planning into practical reality. As you can see, I'm going to come to how we do the discussion groups in a minute. These really are the main strands. David, do you want to take over?
Yeah, just to give you an idea of the range of things that we could discuss. So under mapping, what do we want to do? What does the mapping show? We want to show who's doing what and where, and the purpose of that is to demonstrate to funders, supporters, audiences, the scale of the sector. We've done stage 1 of that, which was a very broad overview, not necessarily complete. We want stage 2 to be a much more granular approach to mapping, much more detailed. Maybe one thing we could discuss is could that be funded separately as a separate project? Does it require? Do we need to wait until we have overall network funding before we embark on this? Maybe not. Audience development, what do we want to do? We want to raise the profile of the folk arts across Europe, increase knowledge and understanding, and of course increase numbers engaging. And one of the really strong ideas that's come out under that heading is the idea of a European Folk Day. So what would that look like? What would your participation in a European Folk Day look like? How could you collaborate with other partners to make something like that happen? If we were to target young audiences, what would a young audiences program look like? Again, what could you do in your own organizations? How could you collaborate to make that happen? Information, knowledge share, knowledge exchange, what do we want to do? We want to connect members to other members, connect you to other members. encourage more partnership working and sharing of information. So what would that look like? What would an information hub or a learning exchange look like? What kind of training could we offer? Is there a role there for social media, online content? Is there a role for the EFN in the whole question of intellectual property? Tom talked about that earlier in his talk, and it's an extremely complex area and one that's often quite baffling, both for musicians and people that put on gigs. How are our comms? Would our comms look like? How could they be improved or expanded? You know, the website as a resource. How good is that as a resource? How good could it be? In terms of advocacy, what do we want to do? We want to create, make the European Folk Network a really credible point of presence and make it much more visible. Not only to the sector, but to civic society as a whole across Europe. What we want to do is promote the contribution of the folk arts to European culture, lobby and advocate to the EU and also national government for support for folk arts at a policy level. And then, who are the international groups that we could work with? Maybe you've got some ideas about that. We already are looking at joining the European Music Council. You know, what could our relationship with the European Jazz Network, was a very similar network, look like? What could we learn from them? Nod was mentioned that we joined Culture Action Europe. What could be our relationship with the Folk Alliance in North America? So these are just a few of the questions that we can look at. And then finally, there's the whole question of the development of the network itself. What do we want to do? We want to create a Europe-wide network. You know, so where are the gaps? Where are the holes? Do we have any members from Russia? Do we have any members from the Balkans? You know, where are the areas that we could do with more representation and better representation? Funding, incredibly important. You know, how can we establish a secure funding base? We're sort of living on scraps at the moment, little bits of money here and there. We've made a push for the big lot of money, which didn't fail, so how are we going to cope with that? Our administration is part-time and practically voluntary. How sustainable is that? How are we going to address that? And then there's the annual conference. We can maybe reflect briefly on your experiences of this conference and the previous one, if you were at that. We've done things like creating that email group for members for easy communication between members. How's that working? And then there's also the question of how do we maximize the membership. And a crucial question that links with the financial question is the membership fee, is it enough? Could it be bigger? Is it too big? That should keep you going for at least 5 hours. So those are just a few of the questions. And what we'll do is we've only got about half an hour really to discuss these things. So maybe in each of your groups, if you could actually focus in on one or at most two of these headings that you feel would be most fruitful to discuss. And then there's going to be a member of the board in each group, and they'll report back to all of us at the end of the day. So there you are, just a few things to think about and to be getting on with.
Great. So, yes, don't try and do too much in a short time, but here is the three groups. So, David will hold the group here, and that group will still be on live stream, so use microphones to talk around. Dana will take the second group to one of the rooms downstairs. Danny will take the third group to one of the rooms downstairs. And the other 3 board members, each will go in one of those groups. So Eric, Angela, and who am I missing? Sorry? Yes, sorry, yes. Honestly, you'll forgive me, it's been 2 days of like that for me. Yeah, so the other 3 board members into the groups as well, so that you've got a strong representation, because at the very end of this, after half an hour, you'll come back, those 3 board members will give a very, very brief report of some ideas that have come out, but of course the board will be then meeting later in a few weeks' time to really get to the heart of some of those issues and follow up on a lot of suggestions. So let's go. A half an hour in the groups. 1 for Dana, 1 for Danny, 1 for David here. Please divide yourself up kind of equally. Divide yourself kind of equally just by touch and feel. Yes, Araceli, you're going with... Yeah, you're okay. Well, Araceli, Eric, and Angela, just choose one each to go to. If you please come forward, just sit around the tables here in a quite... Oh no, actually stay where you are. Why don't you stay where you are, and David will come over there because you're in that same area.
So it's going to require much more money than we put into it the first time. So any thoughts about what such a project would look like? What kind of information would it generate that you would be interested in? Eric.
Yeah, maybe I'm just, you know, because of the other discussion groups, so there was like this two dimension of this mapping. One is the mapping for the network, so of the sector in general. And the other one was maybe not really a mapping, but at least to have a database of all the people and organizations who are in the network, actually. So what the names, what they do, the contacts. So just that it will make easy for people to network inside the network. So that are the two dimensions. And then for the mapping, here with Vince, you know, from Malta. So he has been working on different mapping, more in the social enterprise on Europe, and also some experience with funding from Erasmus, which is another, and maybe you can tell something more.
I mean, I have quite some experience with the Erasmus Plus, and from what I have been observing over these 2 days, because I'm very new to this network, but a lot of what has been said could be easily integrated into, at least in parts, into an Erasmus Plus project, and that will mean that we will not need to wait 3 years for the Creative Europe to start again. For example, just last month, I sent in my report, which was like a mini mapping of Malta and the situation of the worker integration social enterprise. But the concept was the same. You had the European Service for Persons with Disability. They applied for an Erasmus Plus project, and then they asked each country to do a mapping of the situation of worker integration, social enterprise in the country. So I see very easy that this could be catered to an Erasmus Plus project. And also, and exactly the good thing with Erasmus Plus is that the lead organization gets a bit of a bulk sum per month, which are sort of administrative costs. So you don't really need to show invoices, but you just give a general report saying how they helped in your project. I don't remember the exact figures, but I think if it's the lead agent, it was around 500 per month, which are bulk costs. And then you have the work packages or the intellectual outputs. So if one of the work packages is the mapping, then you will have a number of days per country to focus on the mapping. And also, some time ago, I participated as the contact point in Malta on permaculture. And it was a bit the same, that instead of European Folk Day, they did like a permaculture week across Europe, and every country was expected to do 1 or 2 activities on permaculture in that particular week. So I see that some of these things, if we keep our eye open for the next Erasmus Plus call and the transnational projects, I think they could be easily integrated. And then, of course, once you have these work packages, the research, you know, then you can very easily adopt the other points like advocacy, because of course you do the mapping partly to get to know yourself and your priorities, but also to project some advocacy, which the European Union usually likes if they are formulated in a nice way. And
for the funding.
Yeah, because the good thing is that in an Erasmus Plus project, it's not that they give you 85% and you have to find 15% from your own funds. So you have like some costs for admin per organization, and then you have staff costs for the intellectual outputs, and then you have the money for travel if you're doing a conference with the daily rate. So the only thing which is not 100% financed is what we call the exceptional costs, which are like the subcontract, which many projects don't even include in their budget. But if you do include the exceptional costs, it's 75% funded in any case. And usually they would be, if you need a translation, for example, so you cannot do it in-house, so we subcontract. But if you don't even use that line, it is 100% funded. So it releases a lot of stress, especially for a young organization. Always like, from where will I get that money and so on. You can like start working from day one that it is approved, basically.
Great. Yeah, that's really useful. Thank you. That's definitely something that we'll investigate and keep our eye out for the next funding round. Does anybody get anything they want to add? What kind of information would be useful for a mapping project? I mean, one of the things that we're looking for is to figure out the types of folk arts that members are working with. You know, whether it's festivals or education or promotions of different kinds, and how much of the provision is taking place in schools across Europe. How much is state or regionally funded, how engaged festivals are with, say, local children and youth groups, what's the position of folk and traditional arts in relation to statutory curriculum in schools. I would imagine that probably varies a fair bit across Europe. You know, so for example, in Scotland, if you do one of the exams that children take at age 15, if you study music, there's an element in that, a compulsory element that deals with Scottish traditional music that they have to know about in order to complete the exam. So it'd be good to map that kind of provision. Any other comments? Yeah. Okay. Let's look at the audience development question. Well, European Folk Day. That's quite a nice one. So, you know, what would a European Folk Day look like from your perspective? So, I'm just going to pick on somebody. Sylvia.
So, if I understand it well, this day doesn't exist, not yet, yeah?
It doesn't exist, no.
So it is, you need some campaign maybe to ask maybe UNESCO or some institution who will then agree with this European Day. So maybe you need some network, of course, in each European country. So you need the relevant partner in each country, and then you should maybe ask them for campaigning. So maybe it can be virtual campaigning, so you can have some website, or on your website of this European folk network could be some web page, and just share it via Facebook, but it has to be linked to one place where people can sign and support this idea. So I think this virtual collection of supporters is very important, and you need local integrators of this data of this collection in each country. It is the ideal way. And maybe it should be some kind of short manifesto. Why is this aim, or what it should bring to the community of fans or whatever, or institutions. And so it has to have some basics. I mean, some clear ideas, and then campaigning.
Any thoughts about what it might look like in Flanders, for example?
I don't know yet. We don't have the tradition of the traditional music from Flanders, so I really don't know how to do that.
Well, I guess it's the sort of thing where there is very little activity. It could be a way of you know, raising awareness and increasing activity. Yeah.
What we have is in a few provinces that, like yesterday evening, we call it the boom ball, the folk balls, that we have, but not. They play Scottish and jigs and polkas and that kind of stuff. But for other projects, for the moment, I don't think so.
Yeah, hand over to Tom.
I think that for a European Folk Day and for a mapping, I'd probably ask the same question, which is like, why and who is it for? And it seems to me that if you're going to do a European Folk Day, we should work out why we're doing it. And now one option might be to engage all of our local audiences in our own intangible cultural heritage, or another option might be to raise the profile of the network across Europe. If you were to pick one of those two things, for example, you'd have a very different set of outcomes. Personally, I like the second one, but if you were to try and raise the profile of the European Folk Network with a combined European Folk Day, then the best way to do that would then be some kind of digital or online program, because in the same way that many music industry campaigns have been collective organizations putting something out on the same day with the same hashtags, with the same link-ups, which route people through to one central place for a reason or a purpose. That could be growing the network with membership, it could be influencing policymakers with a manifesto outcome, it could be data capture and data collection, but ultimately a European Folk Day to serve the purpose of promoting the EFN, in theory, should be something digital. It could have an in-person aspect of it, and every single member of the EFN should do something, even if it's as simple as a social media post, or it could be as grand as promoting an event in your locality with a digital outcome, so that you can link it all in and tie it into one place. If it wasn't for that, and it was to build local audiences, then it would look like something very, very different. But I think the same with the mapping, why and who is it for, is probably the most important question to direct resource and time.
Anybody, any answers to those questions? Any responses to those questions?
I don't have any answer. I can say about my profile, that is the profile of a journalist, but I have to think as a publicist in this way. Probably an European Folk Day could be a good occasion to let people know that there is a huge movement, and probably to the huge movement itself to discover that it's important to make a network, it's important to promote their folk festival, their folk activity. And the European Folk Day could be a very important highlight of our activities at any level. So probably it could be a thing to think about it, to make a good promotion. I don't trust the mainstream media, because I worked in a daily newspaper till last month, so I have a musical website, but of course there are little numbers. But anyway, we can look after promotion in music medias. We can look after promotion in social medias that now, as we knew, they are very important. So why not?
I think that question, why, is there's an awareness that there's a lot of activity across Europe. You know, European folk arts are something that are well established in the culture, but we don't know how much, we don't know where. So the mapping is intended to answer that question. And we know that there's lots of activity, but it's actually a lot of it is very low profile. So the folk day is intended to raise the profile. But I like that idea of, you know, if it's to be a continuing thing, then starting with an online campaign, I think is a really good first step. You know, the whole kind of hashtag idea, and not hugely complex to get together. I think at an early stage. Yeah, I like that.
But there has to be an outcome for that. So you want to capture people's attention, create some sort of press initiative of some kind of press traction, and then direct people to a place for a purpose, which might just be getting everyone's data and trying to sell them membership, or it might be something more substantive.
Yeah, or encourage people to check out a local activity or that kind of thing. Any other thoughts? Any thoughts?
I'm a bit skeptical about the European Folk Day. Maybe it can appear like a superficial thing for if the reason is to develop the audience. I think we should find also some extra activities that will make this day important, let's say, to the public, because it's one day. It's the rest of the year. What is going to happen? It's a good start, but I don't think it's as powerful as something else that I don't have to propose. But yes.
Does anybody have any experience of the Fête de la Musique that happens? Do people know about that? It's called Fête de la Musique. It happens all over Europe. It, as the name suggests, it started off in France. It's on the 21st of June every year, and
in Italy there are a lot of concerts in the whole Italy regions, so conservatoires, theaters, and not very much folk festival, but anyway, especially in classical music, is very accepted this day.
how do people think that young people engage with folk music, if they do at all?
That's a massive question, and I'm always wary that we treat young people as a homogenous group, and they're obviously not the same. I think how does anyone engage with it is usually through an organisation, a community, a group, and I think it's very similar with people of any age, background.
So does that mean that a targeted campaign on young audiences is doomed to fail unless it's more?
Again, I come across the same thing again, which is why, what's the benefit, and what can we do as the collective, as the resource that we have? I mean, if you think about other genres that are having long-term sustainable audience development campaigns, classical music being the one that's probably thrown the most money at it across the world in recent years. It goes back to this the challenge of the word folk and what that means, because if you're trying to engage young people to learn the folk arts, that's a very different thing to if you're trying to engage young people to invest in the commercial music genre. So again, a key thing. It's not worthwhile. But for me, I would reprioritize and narrow down into manageable chunks, because I think trying to encourage young people across Europe to engage in folk feels like such vastly massive terms that where would you even start? So I wonder whether you might say, map how many young people are and by young people, I would even define that further. How many children are engaging in dance within their regions, and is there opportunity to link up or to cross over? What does success look like in some areas, and why are they achieving that success compared to other areas? That might be a very specific young people's project. You might equally have what's the ticket price that you would need to engage young people to go to a concert, and what are the barriers to participation in those as an audience? I think it probably needs breaking down into very succinct, manageable chunks that start with looking at best practice and then expanding from there.
I think, again, in terms of the why, the received wisdom is that you need to have young audiences in order to have future audiences. But that's the experience of classical music is that's not necessarily the case, because the audiences for classical music tend to be older. But I think there is evidence to show that as people get to the age of sort of 45, 50, that actually their attention turns to classical music, and they become interested in it and start going to concerts and so on at an older age, even though they might not have been that engaged when they were younger. Folk music may be the same, I don't know, and certainly our experience in the UK is that young people are much more inclined to go to festivals and events like that than they are to say things like clubs. The people that run and attend folk clubs tend to be the same people that were running and attending folk clubs 40, 50 years ago when they were young, and when the whole thing started. But that's not necessarily an indication of the health of the scene, because young people are finding other ways of engaging with it. Yeah.
Just to go back to the mapping part, because I think that it will solve a lot of the questions that we are asking, because many of the questions that Tom is putting would be like part of the template of the mapping, if you know what I mean, because Eric mentioned that there is like the internal mapping, which is the database of who's who, but then there is like the country mapping. What are the challenges, the health of the scene, you called it. I would call it like a snapshot, but it is the health of the scene. So you would have like a 15-page report per country, just to give an example, with the challenges, the barriers, the curriculum issues, who are the stakeholders, like an ecosystem approach on the reality of each country. And for this social enterprise, what we did was that once we had all the single country reports, then we did a European synthesis report. So out of the individual country reports, then you get European trends, which could be like really legitimize the European folk network, because then you're taking the country realities and trying to find some more European-wide trends. And I think that some of those questions would actually be included in the snapshot of each country. So that for me keeps on sort of pointing towards the need to give the mapping a bit of a priority, because as a snapshot it can help us in all our next steps, as I see it.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
Thank you. So yes, what also you and also what Tom said, I'm totally agree, because I think this is the big challenge here, that what does it mean folk music in Hungary? What does it mean in other countries? And this is, I think, the very first things that we have to understand this. And for such a network, it will be, for example, for us in the Hungarian Heritage House, we have a huge network here, and have a lot of partners everywhere in Hungary and even further. And this is what we also all the time do, that we know as well that how people engage in the traditional music, I don't know, in the western part, the southern part, and so on. It's very, very different. And we have to giving such a programs which is understand that region. And if we are talking about European folk network, it's such a huge, you understand, such a huge information there, that for me, for example, it would be very important if we just could understand what's going on in the other countries. Understand what does it mean for the young people engage. For example, what does it mean in Hungary? Probably it's very different than in other countries as well. And then we can combine some common act You understand? If we have the information, what's going on. So this is why I absolutely agree with you that you said that you are skeptic with the European Folk Day, because what does it mean? It has so much meaning, the folk music. And this is what I feel, that it's absolutely not harmonized. Everywhere the national, for example, in the Eastern countries, the folk music is very much sticked in the national countries and so on. And we should understand a little bit each other. And I think for such a network, for me, this is good, because we talk with each other, we see what kind of project we have and so on. And one more thing to add, that, for example, what I'm said, that here in the Hungarian Heritage House, we have a huge network, and we're working like this, that firstly, we try to organize all of the festivals and helping to giving information to all of the festivals that this time, please don't do this because not far away from you, there is another one. And, you know, we try to a little bit organize and help them with information. But the second thing, and I think this is very important, we try to create such a project, such a packages, what you see yesterday with the folk ME, that we're creating the software and everything, and everybody can put his information there. So this is something for the partners already, because they don't have money, they don't have knowledge, they don't even think about such a programs. But after, if we bringing that, yes, we are together in the network, this is our present, or this is our new project, and if you want to participate, you can do it. And this is just an example. But this is for me the question, what can give a European folk network? I think this is also a very important thing, is that understand in every country, what does it mean folk music? What does it mean folk music connection with the young generation, folk music education, etc., etc. So information, what's going on. And yeah, thank you.
No, I was just saying, we've only got a minute or so left. Anybody who hasn't spoken, do you want anything that you want to add? You're okay? You're all right? Yeah, yeah. Okay, have you got enough there, Eric, to report back? All right, we'll just wrap it up there. Thank you very much. That's really useful. Thanks everybody for your contributions.
to have a few minutes of presentation from the three chair people of those groups. Some very simple, basic ideas that we take away to discuss later and to work into practical plans. So, yeah. If you're waiting online, just wait just a few minutes. People are beginning to filter back into the room, and we'll be with you in a couple of minutes. We're just going to have a very quick feedback from each of the groups. So in complicated alphabetical order, we first asked Dana to feedback very simple, very basic ideas from her group. Dana.
Yeah. Hi. So we had a very short but intense brainstorm about the European Folk Day. First, we had to agree on some special date. We had a very big discussion about that. But maybe it could be the autumn equinox, which is the 22nd of September. And then we thought about what could be done during this. What could be done without money in this initiative? And first of all, we should make a very clear message and create a hashtag, and then it should be some kind of grassroots. It should not be a huge festival or a gala concert, but it should start from the folk musicians and the families or the traditions of folk that you have at home. And of course, schools should be involved. And then we had different ideas about the themes that could be developed every year. For example, exchange of songs between different countries or different schools, and create links, have this European aspect in this initiative. So yeah, I have like three pages of ideas what we could do, and I think we have to somehow continue with that. But I think we did very big work in this half hour. So you will hear from us. Yeah, thanks.
We charged through many things, but settled on three essential parts of it, two related to mapping and one related to money. So let's get the money out of the way first. We thought that as a network, we need to consciously examine what we offer, how we offer it, and where the value is, because the members have said that actually, and people have said this sometime, always looking for funding is not necessarily the right order. If we can create a small but reliable body of money that we can do ourselves, either through varying rates of membership depending on the size of the organization, who it represents, how much money our turnover is, we might be in a less fragile state. The second one was that we should remember that the folk movement is more than just folk musicians, and that there are dancers, there are choirs, and they travel and they have their own special needs and their own expertise that they need networking and sharing. And so we should be actively recruiting amongst many different sections of the folk community, and be very conscious of the fact that it's not just four guys with fiddles turning up and doing a gig. And then the last one is about the knowledge exchange, the knowledge sharing, and developing a database of sorts. And there was a lot of toing and froing, but the consensus was that there are a number of databases already in existence that are to do with folk music and the folk business and with world music, and that we should possibly open a proper conversation with Womex about how we might use or adapt or negotiate the virtual Womex database as an engine that helps us meet each other in a more active way. And whilst we're doing that, also use that database more actively to imitate some of the actions that Tom has been undertaking with the Folk Talk Academy, where lectures go up and conversations go up, and you can actually see things a lot more actively than just having a passive online database that is essentially a glorified Excel sheet. So that was our points. Thank you.
Hi, well, our group looked mostly at the mapping question and the European Folk Day. We were looking at possible funding sources for the mapping project, and came up with a very strong lead, Erasmus Plus, an EU program which might really suit our needs because it crucially includes an element for administration and also is practically 100% funded as well, which means that you don't have to raise matching funding. And the mapping discussion kind of spilled over into the European Folk Day discussion as well. There was a question for both of these areas, the questions of why do these projects and who they were for should probably be the first thing that's asked before actually getting down to any kind of plans. There was the idea that a first European Folk Day might be online, it might be digital, just using hashtags, for example, and its role might be to direct people to a particular place. Maybe that would be a website, or direct them to join the European Folk Network or access information about the European Folk Network. If there was to be a European Folk Day, it would probably take a different appearance depending on which country or region it happened in. You know, there would need to be partners in each country, local coordinators, and probably founded on some kind of manifesto as well. And that was as far as we got with that. So yeah, all very useful and practical thoughts from that group. So good thanks to them. And I'm just going to carry straight on and do the vote of thanks to various people. I think it's been, I hope you've found it a very stimulating couple of days. We've looked at really pressing questions of green touring, or folk in the key of green, as the speakers put it. We've looked at a couple of inspiring projects, the Polyphony project and Balkan Most, ideas there to take away. We've gone local and looked at the dance house movement and what it means in Hungary. And then, of course, last night we had a great experience of actually being at a dance house and seeing what happens there and getting to participate in what happened. We've considered the challenges of online and face-to-face presentations, how we're going to deal with that one into the future. And as we've just done in the last hour or so, we've looked at the future development of the network and some of the projects that it might undertake. So a huge thanks to all of you for your participation, for your interest and for your engagement. It's been great to see you all here, coming from all parts of Europe as well, which really underlines the potential strength of the European Folk Network. I want to thank Nod Knowles, our administrator, for all the work that he's put in. As he was saying earlier, this conference was fairly hastily assembled at very short notice once we got the go-ahead to do it. So, and he's put in a power of work at the same time as doing the EU Creative Europe application as well. So huge thanks to Nod for that. And of course, our greatest thanks go to the Hungarian Heritage House for hosting the conference. It's been fantastically well organized. We've been really brilliantly looked after by the whole team here. Wonderful accommodation, just an incredible place altogether. And for that, we would like to thank Angela. And Veronica. And the two Doras, Dora and Dora. And actually, I would like you to come up. We've got a little token of our appreciation to give to you. So Angela and Veronica and Dora, if you would like to. And also to Laszlo, the outgoing director of Hungarian Heritage. Huge thanks to him, and also to Miklos, the incoming director, if you would like to come up as well. And of course, you can swap the wine with the flowers if you would like. And I'm just going to hand over to Miklos now to just finally wrap up on behalf of Hungarian Heritage House. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, David, and thank you very much for Nod. I will be short because I talk already a lot in this conference. So we are very happy that you are here, firstly. I also I'm very happy and impressed that we just do everything here in Budapest. You know that this is because of COVID, it's very complicated now, the situation, and also the concerts and everything what we have here with folk music communities and everything you couldn't really see now. But I hope that next time when we will come that it will be much better. I also want to say thank you very much for the broad, and to Laszlo Kelemen, because he really put a lot of effort, and his work in the background, it was very important for all of us, so thank you, Laszlo. Okay, and just to say that you will go after to the archive. This is a very interesting place now in the Hungarian Heritage House. So you will have some kind of leader, and it will be, I think, very good. And after you will see the Hungarian State Orchestra. This will be also interesting. And please, I wanted to say that, of course, in conferences it was a lot of interesting topic. But after that, between the breaks, we have very, very interesting conversation, person by person. So I hope that tonight we will also continue this. So everyone, thank you very much, and welcome to Hungary.
So that's it. Thank you, live stream technicians. Give the technicians a round of applause. Cameraman and the sound guys, and this wonderful house. And okay, you can say goodbye now to our colleagues on live stream. Just to say, we will be this will be edited, what's happened these last 2 days, and we'll find a way of putting it on the website for the Hungarian Heritage House, on the EFN website, and maybe also our colleagues, Tom may find on one of his websites that he described as part of his presentation. So actually, the words and the ideas will continue, and there will be eventually an announcement about the next year's conference. But for now, thank you all for coming. You've been brilliant, and you've really pitched in and given ideas, and really a good spur to the board now, who will take these ideas forward and start planning to succeed in the future. So thank you all. And now, goodbye live stream. And now, Angela, if you just tell us about how we organize ourselves.